go to my haters out, they wish you sleep. There can't be nobody else, I'ma be myself. So they gon' have to watch me treat myself. You make it look good. Watch yourself, huh? Yeah, you make it look good. Don't let it watch yourself, huh? Cause you make it look good. You make it look good. Watch yourself, huh? Yeah, you make it look good. Don't let it watch yourself, huh? Cause you make it look good. Watch yourself, huh? You make it look good. You make it look good. Watch yourself, huh? Yeah, you make it look good. Don't let it watch yourself, huh? Cause you make it look good. Watch this.
Watch this. We make it look good over here. And when I say we, I do indeed mean we, as in two, as in plural, as in on Tuesday, I cannot do this by myself. Okay? All right. I want to welcome y'all to the Native Tribe Show. They call me Native. Tonight is the night. Of course, this is Tribe Tuesday. And y'all know on Tribe Tuesdays, I have a co-host. All right. And y'all know who my co-host is. And just in case you don't know, she has music. She needs no introduction, yet I'm going to give her an introduction. She is a legend out here on these YouTube streets. All right. Maybe you have heard of her. Okay. Maybe you have heard of her, but if you have not, then let tonight be your intro. She is the one, the only Lenore.
Hello, lovers. How y'all doing? Hey, Native.
Do y'all recognize her voice? Y'all recognize who she is now? Huh? 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 Y'all know her now? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think they know you, Lenore.
They don't know me.
I think they do.
I don't know these people.
You don't know these people?
I don't know them folk.
You don't know. Wait, are you saying that you don't know Long Lip Cookie Monster? Are you saying that Ms. Mad About Music doesn't sound familiar? You don't know Only Me 23?
This looks like the tribe. I don't know. I don't know the tribe. Who?
You don't know
Who
Woo Wop?
these people? I don't know them folk.
Delicate Dale doesn't ring a bell at all?
Who?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Huh?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Well, I mean,
Have they been over to my place? I mean, do I know these people?
I think you know Beverly Pierce and Ms. Lady and West Side Story. I think you know.
Who?
What you breathing for? You know somebody named What You Breathing For.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, let me give you a couple easy ones. Black but not bitter, Rossi, Say J. I know you know those names. Justin's mom, at least.
Is this a tribe?
Oh Lord, oh God, oh man. Just tell me that you know D Dub. That's all. Just tell me that you remember D Dub.
I don't know them folk.
Oh man, Okay. Well, we have a brand new Lenore in the house. Okay. Say J, say Native. Who this woman?
Harpo. Who this woman?
West Side Story say we know about you and them damn bells. So there is some familiarity going on there. Lenore, can you know about the bells?
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, hello again to those who have been over to the V Stylers place over there at Club V. Yeah, nice to see you again.
Ross said V starting to sound like mom. She don't remember anything. Damn it, man.
Possible.
Damn it, man. So, me and Lenore, first of all, how are you?
I am here.
Okay.
That's about as much as I can really give you.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
been rough. It's been rough. Last 24 hours been rough.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, hopefully everything is going to get better. Um, you know.
Thank you. I hope so. I had planned to go live earlier. I couldn't do it. So
Hmm.
it's been a rough day.
Yeah. Well, I was told by my podiatrist today that my foot is about 98% healed, I would
Not
say.
98. Wow,
Yeah.
that's huge.
Yeah, it's just it's crazy because there's just like a little small part.
Mhm.
But he said to me today, he said, "Well, he's a really funny, bubbly guy, right?"
Mhm.
So he was like, "Well, a couple weeks ago, you had a big old hole in your foot, and that was just a little bitty hole." I was like,
Wow. Okay.
"Okay, thank
So
you for that."
they're saying that the actual wound itself is 98%, but what about like pain and pressure and those types of things? How do you feel about that? Like when you're
So
walking around?
yeah, so movement is good. Like movement is good. I think a big part of it was just the fact that I had not used my legs in a few months.
Mhm.
So to go from not using my legs to climbing steps and and walking around grocery stores and all that other craziness was just kind of like a lot for my legs to just kind of, get back into the swing of being legs again. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so I think that was a majority of the pain. The swelling in my foot has gone down tremendously. So it's not as swollen. It was literally like a big ball at the end of my foot. And
Mm.
so now it's starting to look more like a foot on the end of my leg.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So that's huge. But as far as my foot itself, I really haven't experienced, the crazy thing, and I think I told you this before. The crazy thing is that having my toe amputated, everything hurt except my foot. Like I had abdominal pain, I had pains in my left leg, I had pains in my right leg, but my foot has been fine this entire time.
Mhm.
Um, like I said, except for a little bit of pain from the swelling. But now that the swelling is going down, I really don't have anything. So I just got like a little small portion on the bottom of my foot that needs to heal, and then the rest of the top of my foot, and that's literally like they are so. It's amazing to see yourself heal, like the way
Mhm.
that it's healed. It went from a big like I wouldn't have described it as a whole. He's describing it as a whole, but
Mhm.
I understand what he's saying. It was big. It was a big gap, right?
Mhm.
To see that go all the way down to this little minuscule little tiny little part is incredible. It's absolutely
Mhm.
incredible. So next step is just to order a shoe, an actual shoe that I can put
So you
on.
can't wear the same shoes that you wore before, you don't think? Like moving forward, you won't be able to buy, I mean, you'll
I
have
don't
to
know.
buy new shoes?
He didn't specify whether it was temporary or whether it was a permanent shoe. So I don't know. I don't know. But I am supposed to be in the next like week or so, excuse me, getting fitted for that.
Okay.
So that's where I am. That's where I am.
That's
So that was good.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm really
Yeah.
happy to hear that.
Yeah, it was a lot. So today, in honor of that, I danced. I danced for the first time in in months. I danced.
Nice.
I put on some music because like over these last few months, y'all, I have just been listening to music, right? But today, I danced. I danced. Put on
What'd you
some.
dance to?
So, I had to go back to my New Orleans culture and my New Orleans roots. And I put on some bounce music that I hadn't heard in decades. And
Mhm.
and I danced to some bounce music. So, I did a little buck jumping, you know what I mean? Like a little
Yeah.
second line. Did a little like foot movements. You see what I'm saying?
No,
That's what I did.
I
That's what I
don't know
did.
anything about any of that.
Yeah.
Buck jumping. What's it called?
Yeah, buck jumping. You
Jumping.
ever see that? Have you ever seen? That's right, Dumples Wumples. see, Dumples Wumples. I can have this conversation with. That's right. I was bouncing. See, I might have to. I can
Who
show
is
you. But
Dimples Wimples? Who's that?
you don't know who Dumples Wumples is?
No, I definitely
So
don't know that person.
you just don't know
It
nobody.
sounds vaguely familiar, but I haven't seen the Dimples Wimples I know of. I haven't seen them in ages, so I don't know who that is.
Okay. All right. Okay. Um,
Who
look,
is that?
the Dimples Wimples is my people. She's from New Orleans. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
she's from
she's
New
from
Orleans.
she's
Got
from
it.
yeah, she's my people.
Oh,
I can have these conversations about second lines and buck jumping
second lines.
and how I was listening to some old Pimp Daddy and some old Everlasting Hitman. And see, she understands those things that are coming out of my mouth right now. She
Mm.
understands Ricky B and Cheeky Black. And she understands what I when I say those words, Dimples Wimples, if anybody understands those words. You see what I'm saying?
Mm. Okay, but
You
what
know?
is it? What's it look like?
It's you ever see did you watch Treme?
Yes, yeah. You
Okay,
mean when they walking down the street?
do you remember the very beginning of Treme? Treme, I think the intro to Treme is probably the most representative of New Orleans music culture I have ever seen put together. It is awesome, and that's exactly what that is.
Did
That's
you
exactly.
like that show?
No, I didn't
How
like it
can
after
I eat?
season one.
Okay, and so I thought it was just me. It was so slow moving.
Hmm.
I thought, I really wanted to like it. In fact, when I thought I was coming to New Orleans this last weekend,
Hmm.
um, one of the couples we were gonna go with, was like, "Yeah, you gotta watch Tremaine." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I saw that." Like, it was on
Hmm.
HBO. They were like, "Yeah, yeah." So we went back because the other person had
Hmm.
never seen it. So and he'd never been to New Orleans, so he wasn't really familiar with a whole lot of New Orleans culture. So this other guy said, "Hey, you gotta watch it. That was my show." And I was like, "It wasn't mine." And I love, I mean, there are so many actors in there that I enjoy
Hmm.
watching their work. And I definitely, loved and enjoyed my time in New Orleans. And I also respect, what I know of the history of New Orleans. But that
Right.
show, I was like, yo. And I kept hanging in there. I hung in there, I think, to the end, but it was so unmemorable. It was just okay. So it wasn't just me. I'm
You
glad that
know,
it wasn't a me thing and me
look,
not really fully understanding what
let me
was
tell you the problem I had with that show was that the first season was good. Okay, now the first season I could relate to because a lot of those characters, especially Antoine Baptiste, Wendell Pierce's character,
happening.
I knew dudes like that. I knew the dudes that was hustling with their instruments, going out there playing second lines, and doing what they, that was relatable. Him and the lady that played his wife, like that was, even the Davis character who was the little white guy with the glasses, that was the DJ. I knew people like him that knew every single record that came out from Cheeky Black to Dr. John to all the second line stuff, all the rebirth stuff and everything. I knew people like that.
Mhm.
It was the rest of now the John Goodman character in the first season. I completely knew that guy. There were white
Who's
guys
Sean?
that were like,
Oh, wait, it had 2 seasons? Oh, I definitely didn't return for season 2.
yeah,
Mm-mm.
it had I think 3 or 4 seasons.
3? It went that long?
Yeah, it did. It did. It
I
got
didn't
out.
like that show.
It got
Mm-mm.
out of hand. It got out of hand. Now after the first season was over with, and they went to season two, that's when they lost me. Because I was like, this ain't even, I don't even know where y'all getting these storylines from. Like I don't know these people, So it became unrelatable to me, especially we talking about Treme. Treme, one of the oldest black neighborhoods in America. A lot of people don't even know that. But yeah, um it became a story about a bunch of white people, and I couldn't understand why they went that direction with the show. So I no. Mm-mm, mm-mm. First season, yeah, but no, Rossi, we talking about Treme that was on HBO. David Simon, the guy that produced The Wire. He
That
he
was the other thing. It does give the Wire vibe,
mhm,
in the way in which the characters The Wire's just better,
mhm,
it was just much better, and it made the pace made better sense. I just felt like the pace of that show was so
mhm,
fucking slow. I
mhm.
couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, and like I said, if you know anything about the city, like the storylines made more sense in the first season than they did the rest of the show. It was not. It
Mm.
was. It became completely unrelatable, and I know people from the city that said the same thing, and they was just like, "Nah, that Treme is just not, it's just not. It wasn't representing like it was in the first. Now that first season, I will give it its props. It did.
You liked it, so you liked the first season.
It represented New Orleans and the people. It did. It was
Okay, but did you like the
season drama.
storyline of it all? You like the pace of it, all of that? You liked?
To me it was different than The Wire. To me it was different. To me, if there was one
There was
criticism I would
multiple
say,
people from The Wire in it, though. I mean,
yeah,
Wendell
I
Pierce
know.
just being one,
Slim
but
Charles, Slim Charles was in it. Wendell Pierce. It was a few more. But if I had one criticism of season one of Treme, it was that there were too many characters. And The
mhm. Yeah.
Wire, and that's how it felt wire-ish, because you know how The
Yeah.
Wire it just had characters and characters and characters. And
Yeah.
I felt like Treme, because New Orleans is a small city, right? I felt like that was entirely too many storylines to be following in this show. But it didn't get any better. I don't even know how the damn show ends because I stopped watching it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah. I don't
Mm-mm.
I didn't realize it had 2 more seasons, so I know I didn't watch 2 more seasons. I'm pretty certain I didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and The Wire, to be quite honest, when The Wire started, it was a little slow too. I
Mhm.
don't know, but I was able to hang in there. I don't know if Idris had something to do with that.
Well,
And no lie. Stringer
well,
Bell, that became my boyfriend immediately. There's so
well,
much about Stringer Bell that I loved
mhm, mhm,
because he was that street
mhm,
dude. He was a boss, but he was
mhm.
also smart. He was trying to
No,
go to college,
yeah,
he was trying to
he
shift
wasn't smart.
out into a legitimate space, but he was fine while he was doing it.
So
So it
we
really helped things a lot.
we can have the Stringer Bell was smart debate later because that dude was as stupid as all get out. But I get it. I understand why you're saying it, but if you really look at the things Stringer Bell did, not smart, not smart on any
Like what?
level. Like, why would you set up Omar? Okay, why would you set up Omar and then run to Brother Muzan and say, "Hey, do you know who did it?" Okay, so maybe if you're not really familiar with the way street shit works, maybe that's not a big deal. But if you understand, you don't do that. That's not how any of that works. So basically, he basically gave himself up, saying that he was the one that did it, because you don't do that. If a guy gets pop out, you don't run over to him and be like, "Hey, do you know who did it?" No, that's not smart. That's not smart at all. This dude actually said on one scene that cell phones were going to oversaturate the market because everybody's got a cell phone. Look over there, you see him. He got a cell phone. That's called oversaturation. And then they put the camera on him like he had said some deep shit. Now everybody and their mama got a cell phone. Stringer Bell's not was not. That's just a couple examples. He wasn't bright. He wasn't bright. Yeah, and I think a lot of ladies just liked him because he was Idris Elba. I mean, if we could just get to the nuts
I
and bolts of
I I mean, that's not good enough examples
it,
for me, but okay.
we can go through the show. That's how he ended
So we
up
gonna go
getting.
through 5 seasons and have this discussion?
This man was in 3 seasons. This man was pow in season three. He did not make it all five.
Which was
Okay,
crazy,
that season three is where Stringer Bell ended.
which is
Okay,
crazy.
he had
Let's
his
just
boss's nephew murdered in prison. That's not smart,
yeah.
Lenore. That's not smart.
Okay. Alright, alright.
He was sleeping with his nephew's with his boss's nephew's woman. That was smart. I mean, give me the intelligence of this man. Stringer Bell was not very smart.
Okay.
People, yeah, because he talked like this. Yeah, yeah.
I was just, incredibly disappointed when I heard him off the show talking. I was like, "Wait, what? What just happened? What? Excuse me?" At first, I was like, "Oh, he's an excellent actor because he can put on accents," not knowing that the accent he put on was that American English accent.
Mhm.
Like, that was crazy. And then the same with, what's his name? We had this discussion. The white guy, the cop,
Oh, McNulty.
McNulty.
Hmm.
Same with McNulty. Like, I'm always amazed when these actors are British or, like, I wanna say McNulty is, like, Irish or something.
Yeah,
But when they come over here and then they can switch up their accents, that's amazing to me because I never even consider that we have an accent. Well, I mean, I know that different regions within the states Of course, we all have different accents or whatever. But
Right.
to hear now, what I will say is they did not sound like Maryland accents, which I fucking hate. I'm sorry if anybody in here is from Maryland. There are
Lord.
two accents that rub me the fuck wrong. And
Oh,
one is um um that Maryland accent for sure. Okay. I hate it. I hate it so much. And then the other one
uh-huh.
is that Minnesota slash Wisconsin Fargo sounding accent. Oh my God. Oh my God. I thought I was going to die. When I lived in Wisconsin, I literally thought I was going to take a pew pew if I had one, and I was going to blow my brains out. I hate that the way they talk. I could not even understand. It felt like they were foreigners. It was so crazy to me. So anyway, I'm not big on accents. I'm not gonna lie. No comment. I don't like them, but I really don't like British accents either. I don't really like those accents. A lot of people think that men, women, whoever, if they have a British accent, they're sexy. I hate it too. I don't like them. I don't like a lot of accents. Mm-mm.
I know this, which is why the Idris conversation is hilarious to me because I do know that you don't like accents.
I
So
don't. I heard Nyla say one day she was talking about something and she said Taz is a accent phobe. I was like, oh my God, Taz is my people then because I can't take it. I don't like accents.
wow. See, Miss
Regional, nationality wise, I don't like them. I don't like them.
so
Mm-mm.
Ms. Mad About Music says she doesn't have an accent. Now all Marylanders have it.
I
So
know, and that is true. That is true, and that is what I can appreciate because then we can have a conversation without me judging. I can barely hear you when you're speaking like that. Jerron Hurt has that accent.
I know.
And he
I
said,
know.
"You." It's that you. It's that whatever that pronunciation when that comes out. You. It's the way they say it. I can't. I can't do it.
Wait, what do you say? What do you say?
You. I can't. Mm-mm.
I remember the first time when I was watching The Wire and I heard Omar say, "Yeah, that's yeah, Doug." I was like, "Doug,
Yeah, that Doug shit too. And like
Doug."
everybody's fucking Doug. Who the fuck is Doug?
I thought there was another character in the scene named Doug. He was like, "Yeah, Doug, Doug, that's McNulty, that's Kima. Who's Doug?" And then I realized he was saying, "Yeah, dog." I was like, "Oh shit."
No, they're saying Doug. Oh, I thought they were saying Doug. There's a girl. There's some. Okay, so that's so funny because I thought they really were. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if I picked up on it as much in The Wire, but when there was a content creator out here on YouTube, and she would often say Doug. I didn't. So you're saying Doug is really dog?
Yeah, like they said, "What up?" Like Omar was saying, "What up, Doug?" Like he was saying, like, "What up, dog?" Like, but it wasn't dog. It was like, "What up, Doug?"
I,
Yeah,
I
that was,
I'm today's years old when I'm learning that Doug is dog. I just couldn't take Doug.
"What up, Doug?" Yeah,
This lady would say Doug. I didn't even pick up on it on that show at the time. Okay. But I damn sure didn't know Doug was dog.
yeah,
That's
and they
crazy.
have
Is that right, Miss Mad About Music? Is Doug dog?
yeah, yeah. That's
How'd you figure
look.
that out?
Well, here's the thing. I had to put it in context. I had to put some real context behind it. And and just the way that he was speaking, I was like, "Oh, he's saying what up, dog? Okay, Doug. Oh, Doug. Oh shit." And then if you listen to now most of the people on the wire are from New York, right? The
Mhm,
actors.
mhm.
If you listen to Felicia Snoop Pearson, she is from
She's
Baltimore.
from Maryland. I can't stand listening to her fucking talk.
Oh my God. You will learn so
Dude
much.
would no oh, that would wear me out. She in particular would wear me the fuck out on that damn show with that damn accent. I mean, it was so thick.
It
It was
was.
so thick.
It
Now
was.
look, somebody said I love a country. Oh, that was that lady, Dimples Wimples. She said she loved her country ass accent. I don't. I like a southern accent. Now that is an accent I can accept, but that's because I feel like I'm lightweight Southern. You know, I grew up, born and raised in the Midwest, um,
Hmm.
but my parents are both from the South. I spent a lot of time in the South. You know, so I know the
Hmm.
difference between country and Southern. I love. Look, let me really break it down,
Hmm.
baby. If I could have a man who is tall, dark chocolate, educated, nice body, knows how to get some yard work done. He knows how to speak intellectually and
Hmm.
handle his business in the boardroom. he,
Hmm.
he he loves all the foods, the southern foods and whatnot, and
Hmm.
and he has a southern accent. Now
Hmm.
that would be my man. Like, that would be my man. But a country ass motherfucker, Nesto is country. Nesto is a country motherfucker. Okay. I don't do country. I can't get with country. I can get with Southern. Okay.
And there
Everybody
is
in
a
my family is Southern. So, I can get with that. That
there's a difference. There's definitely a difference.
yeah.
I grew up in the South, and when you grow up in the South, you learn the difference between Southern
Yeah.
and country.
Yeah. And,
Huge difference.
and don't get it fucked up. Probably most of my family from the South is country. No doubt about it. I'm not trying to be funny. But my man, I would love a good old Southern, brother. Hmm. That
You're
would
gonna
be my pick.
you're gonna
You
get
know
some
what
good
I'm saying?
barbecue. You're gonna get some good barbecue on the weekends. I promise.
We're gonna get all the good foods. See what I'm saying? We're gonna like the same foods. We're gonna understand the people in our families. We're gonna understand each other's family. We're gonna understand, just honey, that's my man right there in my head. Okay, that's my man in my head.
I feel seen.
I
I
feel
feel
seen.
I feel seen.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of a country southern country stupid motherfucker, you want to read these texts?
Hmm. I guess.
You want to read these texts? That's what we came for. You want to read these texts?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Jay Blake said Nesto is illiterate country. That don't count.
Yeah, that is, and again, I know illiterate country. I've spent most of my life talking to them. Okay, I'm not fucked up about that, and I love my people, but not my man. That's all I'm saying. That could never turn me on. Talking like talking like damn Nesto. Hell, fucking no. Oh,
What?
can I say something real quick on
Yeah,
another note? I
go
was
ahead.
gonna bring it. I don't know why I went. I mean, it literally popped in. This is
Mhm.
all. It's kind of unrelated. Have y'all seen Sylvia lately?
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Have
I
you?
haven't. You know I haven't.
She's in New York. She's staying with her
Mhm.
sister. One thing
Mhm.
stood out to me was that she had chili yesterday. You know what I had for dinner? I was like, what the fuck? So anyway, so she's in New York or whatever, and during the day yesterday, she was over there at the Diddy hearings and whatnot, right? And that guy Sean G, who he's Diddy's friend allegedly, I guess.
Mhm.
He's over there, talking big shit about why Diddy should be coming home or whatever and all this stuff. And
Mhm.
so Sylvia's out there, and she has made friendly with Sean G or whatever. So she really thinks she's in some fucking loop of some sort. I don't even know this nigga Sean G. I didn't First time I ever saw him was during this damn trial. And but anyway, so she's over there with him, and he was talking to his people outside the courthouse, and she was out there too. Now she's filming him while he's filming himself on his own channel, but she's filming him as well, right?
That's beautiful.
So a couple times, and with his permission, obviously. So
Mhm.
but it's stupid to me. I
Right.
don't know how it would be anyway. So she's filming him, and then he says, "Yeah, Sylvia, you got anything you want to say? You want to say anything?" She's off camera. She's not
Mhm.
on camera. he said, he asked her a couple questions. He said, yeah, what you think, Sylvia? Do you want to say something? She was like, no, no, I don't want to say nothing. So then he said something a little more, and then he said, Sylvia, come over here, come over here. So he brings her on camera. So she comes on camera, and he starts asking her questions. She's so happy to be, in his space with him. He had 400 people in his chat. I think she had 40. Okay.
Right.
So she was very happy to be over there, getting soaking up some of his audience. But
Mhm.
she's over there with her hair slicked up and with that weird ass curly ass ponytail she's got wrapped around, you know, up there at the top, falling down. Like she's definitely taken the book out of Sonya's wig catalog because them curls and shit she got dangling, like she's a gray-haired 8-year-old, anyway. So she has her little thing. He said, yeah, ain't she, and don't her hair look good? Don't her hair look good? So my first thought was, while I don't care for it per se, the
Mhm.
first thing is it looks 100% better, if not 150% better
Mhm.
than it did when she was at the trial. And of all the things this man had to say when she first came on camera was a comment about, yeah, don't her hair look good? No, her hair doesn't look great. And if you met her like that, you wouldn't be saying that per se. But because she went there looking like a gray-haired Al Sharpton, no, I'm sorry, not Al Sharpton. She was straight up and down Don King when she was there. And I felt like this man just really just dogged you without you even. That was an insult because she looked crazy as hell when she was there the first time. Now she comes when barely anybody's going to really see her and really want to deal with her. Now she's got her hair slick. But I just thought it was interesting that the man said, yeah, don't her hair look good? Now I don't know if there was somebody in the chat that was like, "Oh, her hair sure does look bad." I know who she is. Her hair looked better than it did the last time y'all was together. I don't know, but I just thought that just stood out to me, and I don't know why I thought of that. I guess because I was thinking about the people that hang around Nesto, and I thought about a silverback, and anyway. So anyway, that's that. I didn't know if y'all saw that. And Sylvia was so excited to be, and she's like, yeah, uh-huh. She's all soft spoken and she's just acting like she's just dainty. And then she came home and she ate spicy chili and she was choking, and then she was smacking, and she said she wanted to do a mukbang. And then she pulled a new microphone out of her purse so that y'all could really hear her smack. She said, I'm gonna smack for you. And she did that. I just thought y'all should get that update.
Oh my God.
So that
Oh my.
happened.
I don't think anybody can summarize Sylvia the way you can. I just don't. I
I'm
can't.
That's what I saw. I'm just saying what I saw.
Oh, and she was smacking.
On purpose too. At first I don't think it was on purpose, but because I guess the damn food was good to her, but she was choking because it was spicy, and every time she would take a bite, she was like, it was like, bitch, eat or talk. But yeah, you obviously can't do both, or you're gonna choke. And that's what she was doing. And then she said, I'm a smack for y'all. And then she's like, oh, y'all want me to smack? Hold on, let me get my microphone out. So then she pulls out the microphone. It was in her purse. She's at home, and then she pins, she hooks the mic to her like a lapel mic, and then she starts continuing to smack and choke. And my thought was, why are you choking off of that? Did you choke off all that you probably have had in your mouth before?
Oh wow.
She's
Wow.
nasty.
Yeah. No, that sounds absolutely disgusting. Sounds absolutely disgusting. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's that. That's the Sylvia update. I just thought you should know.
Did you capture the hair? Did you get a good
I
screen?
mean, that she's wearing that thing. Here's the thing about it. Like, if she had gone there with her hair like that originally, we probably would not have ragged on her as much because all she had to do was slick her hair back. Because as soon as she got back to Atlanta after the trial is when she slicked her hair back, put on that long ass horse tail, that gray horse tail that was down her fucking back, and wore that off shoulder yellow dress on a date. So the thing is, why didn't you just slick your hair back the whole time you were there instead of wearing your hair looking like fucking Don King?
Oh God.
But the fact that one of the first things that man said was, "Ain't her hair pretty?" No, her hair ain't pretty. What you're saying is she did her hair this time, but it wasn't done before, sir. That is what you were really trying to say, and I see you. Okay, I see you, sir.
Mm,
Her
mm.
hair ain't pretty. And that ain't her hair, sir. Do you think that's her hair, sir? I think he might have thought that was her hair. Them little Shirley Temple curls she had coming down from there. I don't know. These
Oh,
I
God.
don't know. But she looks better. I will say that. She looks better. And she was feeling herself, and that's why she was choking off a spicy chili last night.
That's why. I mean,
Yeah,
that's why.
yeah, I'm certain that's why. She's
Oh,
you should have heard her. I was annoyed. I turned it off.
so because she was feeling herself.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Mhm.
that's that's not a good reason to choke on the chili.
Well, that's what happened.
It's not a good
She
reason at
is
all.
why is she eating it? She thought we were gonna be, I don't know. I think she wanted to be seen. You should have seen how she was acting. You would have thought Sean G was her new boyfriend. Like she came home like really like I think she was like lightweight thinking she was I don't know. I don't know. I'm telling you, you have to see it for yourself.
Um, actually, um, as you were speaking,
Mhm.
um, someone did um show me. Okay,
Mhm. And
and yeah, um, yeah. And I understand what you're saying, right? If she took this kind of care before, then there would have been a lot less jokes thrown her way. However, I
and this
still
is
think,
minimal care we're speaking of.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. This is the basics, y'all.
Yeah.
This is the basics. This is like, first day of third grade for most.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Like we're not even talking about anything great that she did. You know what I mean? Like we're talking about basic, and I'm trying to get it sent over so that I can show you all exactly what we're talking about. But this is not anything like I would be like, oh wow, look at her hair. I mean, it just looks like
He was
oh
basically saying, "Wow, you look a world different this visit than when I saw you for 8 fucking weeks."
right, right,
That's
and
basically
that
what he was saying.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like this isn't like something where you like, oh, this that must have cost you a fortune. Who's your hairstylist? Nothing. No, it's not that. It's as basic
Or
as you.
or that you're just a beautiful woman who, I love your hair and how it naturally curls. And I mean, I don't know what the fuck he was saying other than ragging her because of her hair. Now, and I'm guessing the way he said it was like somebody in the chat said it. And he was like, "Yeah, in her hair." But I'm like, "You, of all the things, sir, you could have read from your chat, I don't know. It stood out to him because I know it was something he was thinking. I'm sure he had thought it, and this was his opportunity to say it. But yeah, she over there thinking she's besties with him, honey. And he said something about her hair. She probably got a crush on him now. I mean, I'm serious. That's the way she was so giddy when she got back to the house last night eating her spicy ass chili.
And who you and this chili? And who is this guy again?
He's supposed to be good friends with Diddy, but again, I had never seen this man before this whole trial. But people were talking to him. He was outside every day. He has a channel. He has a YouTube channel, and he was
Mm,
outside every day of the trial. He had spoken with Diddy at some point because I remember he was telling somebody that Diddy, who was that? Was it Touré? it was somebody that had been who had, yeah, I think it was Toure. So Toure, if you guys don't know who he is he held, to be honest, he's a legendary hip hop journalist, if you ask
Absolutely.
me. He's been he is an actual journalist, and
Yes.
he has been in the business covering hip hop for at least 3 decades.
Yes.
And he was, covering, and I guess, Diddy, and he had, I guess Diddy didn't like some of the things Toure had said in the past. And um, I felt during that trial that there was a moment where Toure may have felt threatened. Now, this is just my perception of it. I'm not saying I know this for sure,
Mhm.
but he seemed like he felt threatened, or somebody had said something or whatever. And he spoke to Sean G. His name is Sean G. He spoke to Sean G during the trial, and Sean G said, well, I spoke to Diddy. Diddy says, no, no, he's good. There's nothing, I'm paraphrasing, but like, beef is squashed. He loves everybody. He has no problem with you. He wanted me to let you know that, or whatever. So it sounds like he has had some sort of conversations with Sean G or whatever. I guess we're supposed to believe he's super tight with Sean G. I've never seen this Sean G person ever, but it's not like I run with Diddy, so I don't know. I don't know.
Hmm.
But yeah, so the Sean, I give that example because obviously he's relaying a message about something specific to Toure, and he said, Diddy wants you to know y'all good, this, that, and the other. Toure did the infamous R. Kelly right when he said, "Do you like teenage girls?" And he was like, "What do you mean by teenage?" And he was like, girls that are teenagers."
He said, he said, do you like teen girl? Now by teen, what you mean by that? What you
He's like, girls that are teens. It was so hilarious the way he said it. It was so, yes, that is that line, that whole part of that damn interview.
now
That
when
was,
we now when you say teen, how young we talking about?
yeah. He said, girls that are teens. I said, oh shit.
I mean, no would have been the answer, right? Like
Right.
no.
You just said, but he wanted clarification.
Now when you say teen, how young we talking? Damn, R. Kelly. Damn,
Mhm,
Robert. Well, speaking of people that like teenagers, we got some text to read,
mhm.
and
You
it's
got the
from
picture up so they can see her curls?
I I cannot get this to come over here. I
Oh,
cannot get it
okay.
to move over to my.
It's probably scared of it. It's probably rejecting it. Like she was rejecting that spicy chili last night. Her system, her esophagus was not having it.
Yeah, I cannot get this to come over. I have emailed it like 3 times to myself, and I can't get it to come over.
Mm. Oh
I
well.
don't know. I don't know what the problem is, but
It's choking.
um, yeah,
Cause
so it would seem. So it would seem. Lord have mercy. Lord have
mm.
mercy. This is so, and I really want y'all to see it. This is funny looking. It is really funny looking to see her.
I mean, she been wearing it every now and then lately, but I want her to always wear it. If this is our best option, then she should always wear it. I don't know what the fuck she was thinking the first time she was in New York. It was crazy. But anyway.
And the other thing, when you were talking about, her interaction with him, she in this picture that I'm looking at, she does look like she's very giddy. Is the way to describe her look right now. Like
Are
she's
you look are you looking at her eat the chili, or are you looking
no,
at
no,
her
no, 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 no,
hot
no, no,
cheek?
no, none of that, none of that. No, no, no. Her and the dude, she looks
Oh, okay. Yeah.
very giddy right now.
Yeah.
Like her and Sonya, I could not imagine. Can you imagine Sylvia and Sonya in like a Chippendales concert? These motherfuckers would lose their mind if they was around some damn male strippers. They act weird around dudes. Like they just act like they
Mhm.
would lose their mind. You got some people like I got friends of mine that at the first sight of a woman, they are going to throw you under the bus and sell you out as quickly as possible. And I know that Sonya and Sylvia are those types of people. when they get in the situation, because Lord knows that Sonya don't give a fuck about her daughter when she is talking to damn Nesto.
Hmm.
Oh Lord.
And Sylvia, she'd be if some motherfuckers was stripping in front of her, she'd be ready to show her titty. So trying to one up Sonya. My titty real, that shit. Because they be competing while you bullshit. They be over there competing with each other. And what they say. They frenemies. They ain't really that big of friends.
Oh my God. You know what I thought of, right?
Mm,
You know what I thought of? I thought
mm,
about your monkey. Your monkey. You
yeah.
know. Yeah, your monkey.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, yeah, that's Sylvia.
Mm-hmm.
I am not finna sit up and laugh at you all night, okay? That is not what I am doing.
I'm done.
I'm not doing it. I'm not sitting up here laughing at you all night, Vila. No, we're gonna read these goddamn texts, okay?
If we can. Okay. I can read shit better. I can read my text better than, the skill set that's required to read Nestos. So
Yep. That's why Nesto requires a warm up. That's why I got to warm myself up to do the Nesto shit. I'm telling you.
I got you.
That's why. That's why I got to do it. Okay. So y'all give me a moment. I got the text on the screen. We're gonna get to it, but I just need a moment to get into this Nesto shit right here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. All right, here we go. me, me, me. You have to listen to me. Me. Them folk, 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 them folk. I don't know them folk, them folk, them folk. Who them folk, them folk? I ain't never did nothing to them folk, them folk, them folk, them folk, them folk. Bingo. Bingo.
Mm.
Bingo. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, 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 hello,
Mm-hmm.
hello, 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 hello.
Mm-mm.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Mm-mm.
Okay. All right. Okay.
If somebody tuned in to, you know, these Tuesday shows at the beginning and just
Mhm.
heard that shit right there, they'd be like, "What the fuck is going on?" But if you have heard this shit for, I don't know, 5 days, okay, you would understand fully what's really going on.
Exactly. Exactly.
It wouldn't take
That's why
long.
That's why this particular show requires a prerequisite, right? You know, you go to college, you got to You can't just jump into Bio 203. You got to take
You
Bio
gotta take
101.
GRCs. Yeah, you gotta take the
Right.
general, yeah,
Exactly.
GERs, or every school calls them a little something different. Mm-hmm. Mm.
This show on Tuesday is not for the beginners. That's why you gotta do the Sunday show, the Monday show. You gotta listen to V. Lenore do her thing. You gotta listen. You gotta be around. You can't just come over here on Tuesday. You gotta be a little. You gotta
You
be a
can't just
veteran.
jump into this shit. Yeah.
No, not on Tuesdays. Not at all. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Um, Now Villanova, we left off on August 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly 1 month before my birthday. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
all right. And I believe that we were talking about not a druggie before. We can
Mm,
only push forward. I'll call tomorrow. I think that's what we
yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Villanova, do you have everything that you require in order to get into this?
Let me see. Yeah, I think I'm good. I've been doing this all day for the last 2 days, so fuck it. I think I'm in good. I'm ready. The thing is, I'm moaning and groaning over here because I'm in pain. This bitch, she is thinking she is hot and bothered. This is what she is doing. There's a difference, but
She
they
is
sound
very
the same.
She is very hot and bothered. She is very, very, very hot and bothered. Okay. Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
August 13th, 2025. It's a lot of information out there in the free world I don't access to, but it's plenty to information that can
Mm,
set me free, including yourself. But it's not getting in the right hands or getting overlooked because I don't know that myself. However, I did have a lot of notes that was never mentioned. God, lowercase g, be with us all.
mm,
No one wants to hear the truth anymore, even though it's in their face. How could you not know anything? We've been together for a decade. Anyway, that's the
mhm,
past. I'm ready for the future and what God lowercase g has for me.
mhm,
Sometimes you have to cut your losses, forgive, and move forward. A lot like to use the damsel in distress role when things get tough.
mm.
I'm done speaking on that. Everything is going to come out in the wash. Yes, indeed. I'm not going to have anything to do with it. People have to think before they talk instead of letting people guide them into a path of destruction. A whole bunch of exclamation points.
Good morning, love. I know you're in there with so many thoughts, hands tied. You have to push hard for your notes to be spoken on in court. He was focused on the day of the arrest, which is most important, but because the judge was interested in the state's attempt to salvage your argument, you have to shut down everything they bring out. I felt that too. Damn, it's frustrating, but you see, the system was set up to give the state all the opportunity and defense none. The burden of proof is bullshit. No one pays serious attention to how government move. Too much trust programmed us our whole life to obey their rules, laws, and way of thinking. It's always the opposite. I spoke up super hungry. It's some spots I need to hit before I head out. Fasting is good for the body. I love you more today. I feel your frustrations. Why
I
is she
love the way
always talking about food to this nigga?
the nigga that's got to eat sausage and syrup. I don't know. I
If
don't
he's
know.
lucky. If he's lucky. They don't have sausage every day.
Yeah, but he said he don't like the sausage. He said the sausage stank. He
I'm
said it
sure it
stank.
does. It looks crazy. Some of it looks like dried up dick.
Wow, wow, wow,
And that's
wow.
not an exaggeration. There was a day when they were serving waffle and sausage,
Mhm.
and waffle, not waffles, but waffle and sausage. And I couldn't do any of it. But anyway, so when we got our sausage, when I tell you the shit, it was big and it was shriveled up. You know how like if you I'm guessing like if it was almost as if it had been put into the microwave, and it literally looked like dried up elderly dick. I've never seen elderly dick, but that's what it was given. Okay. And I was like, there's no way in hell I could put these shriveled up dick looking sausages in my mouth. So it just so happens that this girl had come in. Now this girl had gone to the hole, right, for fighting, and they sent her to the hole. When she came back, and they when they put you in the hole, you're butt ass naked. You put on this pickle suit, and
Mhm,
you're just in a concrete room. They'll bring out a mat when it's time for you to go to bed. They'll give you your tray, and so she did get her tray, right. And it was the
mhm.
day we had waffle and shriveled up dick. And so she was like, "Ooh, that sausage was good today. Did y'all eat that sausage? Oh my God, it was good today." I was like, "That sausage, them dick looking sausages?" She was like, "Uh-uh, it was good." She was like, "Oh my God." She's like, I said, "Girl, that shit look like dick." And then somebody has saved it, like elderly dick, okay? Just what I would imagine. Like 80, 90-year-old dick, okay? Not senior citizens over 65 dick. I mean, literally like 85, 89. That's what I imagine. So anyway, so somebody has saved their sausage, right? Um,
Mhm.
and she was like, you got some extra sausage?" And the person said, "Yeah, I got the sausage. You want some sausage?" She was like, "Ooh, I'll trade you whatever for your sausage." So when they pulled out the shriveled up dick ass sausage, she was like, "Oh my God, this look crazy." I was like, your dick didn't look like this dick." She was like, "No." She's like, my sausage didn't look like this." So anyway, She said it was good. I would never know because I could never put nothing looked like that in my mouth. So I say all that to say he would be lucky if he had shriveled up dick, but he didn't have it. That I'm sure he doesn't have it every time. That's all I'm saying.
I'm ready to throw this damn laptop. I'm ready just to throw the damn laptop and
I'm
go to bed.
just
I
saying.
can't. I can't with this story. I can't with this story about the show of
I was
elderly sausage. That's,
Look, I was so done. I was just done in there. Everything. It was like it just became more and more absurd as the days went on. I was like, this is not life. Is this how people be living? This crazy right here. So anyway.
Black but not bitter says, "Save it for what? After
the,
dark
the snack
pleasuring."
later because they be hungry all the fucking time. And then
Mm,
I didn't understand that. How are these people eating 2 and 3 trays? Because I'm telling you, it was like maybe 2 days out the week I could eat my food one of the meals out of the day.
mhm,
And that was Monday when it was navy bean day and cornbread. That was the best meal of the week. It actually had some flavor. You get your jalapenos and your hot sauce from the commissary, you add it in, you got a whole fucking meal. But sometimes people are eating 2 and 3 trays because they know they're going to get hungry. Like dinner is served at 5 o'clock, sometimes between 4 and 5. By 9 o'clock, these motherfuckers is hungry. And at first, I didn't understand how one person who might look to be extremely small, but they're
mhm,
eating like 2 and 3 trays of food, right? They're begging for the food. And it took another girl to tell me because she was an addict. And she was
mhm,
like, well, it's because, they're fighting their addiction. And I was like, what?
mm.
Yeah. I was like, really? The food helps you with your, I guess it was this, I don't know. But it has something to do with their need to fulfill something, and
Mm.
they can't get the drugs like they wanted. They still in their I'm sorry, doing rugs and stuff, sharing rugs. It was absurd. It was the whole situation's crazy. So I say all that to say, ain't no telling what Nesto is in there eating, drinking, taking. For all we know, he might be high sometimes. He damn sure be drunk every now and then. Oh, that's
Wow,
possible.
wow, wow. You should really document this shit. Like this is some
I,
interesting shit. It really is.
I
It
did.
it, it really is. My God.
I got
Um,
to go back over there and start talking about it. It's just hard sometimes. I mean, it's these kind of conversations that kind of will trigger a thought and make me say, okay, I could talk about this part, but I just had not been able to mentally like really go over there and tell a whole story. But it was a lot. It was a lot going
yeah,
on.
but I think like for those of us that have not been through that, it fills in a lot of gaps because we do. We're in a lot of cases with Nesto and his situation, we're speculating on what he can and can't do, or things like that. The
Mhm.
technicalities, stuff like that. So a lot of times, like when you were talking about selling the pictures,
Mhm.
and those things like that. See, I don't know, and a
Right.
lot of it don't. You know what I mean? So to get a little bit of a literal insider's perspective is really helpful in filling in the gaps on what actually does go on in there, because for the most part, hell, we just make these sex jokes and we carry on about our business, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it does give us another perspective, and so
Yeah, that's why that picture thing, the only way that he could be selling pictures, I mean, in my mind,
mhm,
would be if she was sending them via legal mail. So there's that.
mhm,
But I get triggered sometimes when I hear her say, "What you eat today?" Like, bitch, you already know what this shit is like. Like, it'd be different if like you said, Nessa, what'd you eat today? That's one
mhm,
thing. But it really triggers me when she says it because she said herself she was in and out of jail a lot. We know she did some prison time.
mhm,
Like, I guess I don't understand. Now, again, they say that prison food is very different, and I'm sure it varies from prison to prison. But
mhm,
they like this one person, I want to say guy because she was he it was a transgender male, so born
mhm,
biologically a woman, but really was transitioning to male or had transitioned to male and was living their life as a man.
mhm,
And but because biologically she was female first, they can't put her in the male prison, you know? So nevertheless, she was the one saying, "Oh my God." And it wasn't just her. It was like the day when I had my hearing to come home that day.
Mhm.
I told y'all we spent like 6, 7 hours in a holding cell just waiting to go to court.
Right.
So when we're in there, this other transgender male, another
Mhm.
one,
Mhm.
is in there talking about, oh my God, in prison, the food is a bomb. We had greens and fried chicken and mac and cheese. And they was like, there was real cooks in there cooking that shit. And they were like, the food is good, the accommodations are better, and this, that, and the other. So my thing is, if when Sonya asks these dumbass questions daily, I feel like, girl, do you like him? Like, what, you already know what this has got to be like. Like, the last thing I wanted to hear was what other people were eating on the outside. Shit, I could barely eat. I couldn't smell that food. Looking at
Mhm.
it was hard. Watching people eat it and then scarf it down and then hide it so that they can have it available later at night. Because that's another thing. They're saving food so that like around 9, 10, 11 o'clock. And there was this one older lady. She and I were the oldest people in there. Okay, she was the oldest. She was like 59,
Mhm.
and I was what, 54. So, they, and they did respect us in that way, but anyway, she was 59. She was a crack user. Now, I did not know that at first. I didn't know that. But and I'm laughing because I was talking to her for a couple of weeks, 2 or 3, well, at least 2 weeks. It felt like months by that time, but
Mhm.
couple weeks I'm talking to her. She had been in there for a minute. She'd been in and out of jail a lot. She was in there for shoplifting or something, but it wasn't her first time. And she was tiny. Like, she was tiny, like Sonya tiny, if not tinier.
Mhm.
And I mean, she was very small lady, but she would eat multiple trays. She would always ask me because she knew people knew I wasn't eating. So I was kind of like that go to, like, people would be like, Miss V, can I have your tray on Tuesday and it's Sunday. Like, it was that
Yeah.
kind of thing. And I was just giving food away until I realized, wait a minute, I'm not getting anything in exchange. I could ask for something too. I just want your Kool-Aid. Can you give me your Kool-Aid packet? That was my thing. So,
Mhm.
long story short, she was constantly asking for my food, so and so's food, whatever. She would literally go to bed and get up at like 2 in the morning, like wake up out her sleep to eat and then go back to bed. I mean, it was constant. Then, breakfast is gonna come at 4:35. You gotta get up for breakfast, whether you want to eat it or not. You have to go and you have to get your food. So
Mhm.
it's like she was constantly eating. I couldn't figure it out. So there was this other girl who was in there, and I said, I don't understand how some of these people can eat multiple trays of food. Like, I don't even get it. And this girl was an addict, and she was explaining, oh, it's because they're fighting their addiction. So one day I'm talking to the older lady, and she was like, I said, yeah. I said, girl, I said, I'm always amazed at how much food you can eat. And she said, well, I smoke crack. So, I was like, the fuck? Who says that? Like, all, like in passing, like it was that, well, I smoke crack. And I said, what? I said, well, how long have you stopped? She said, well, I'm smoking when I get out of here. Shit, I can't. I said, what? I was like, this shit is not, I don't know nothing about none of this. All this shit was wild to me. I was like, you smoke crack? I've never even talked to anybody who would ever openly admit that they smoked some crack. I didn't know nobody who smoked it, but for her to be like, oh, look, I smoke crack. So, I was like, what the hell?
Oh God.
I said, for real? She's like, yeah. I was like, well, how long did you have you stopped? She said, girl, I'm a smoker, so I get out of here. The judge asked me if I was gonna smoke. I told her, yeah, I'm a smoker. Look. I said, what? You told the judge you smoking crack when you get out of
Well, I smoke crack, so
here? Jesus. So she really do look like, I mean, when I say this lady small, but she eats under, she'll eat you under a bed, honey. She that
oh,
lady, yeah. I said,
oh
damn.
no. Not I smoke crack.
Well, I smoke
It-
crack, so. I was like, what? Are you serious? I said, well, first, no, no, no. I'm gonna tell you, this is how I went. She was like, yeah, because I smoke. Da, 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 da. I said, oh, I said, well, how you getting by? She's like, no, not cigarette, because I thought she meant cigarettes, right?
Yeah.
Like, no, it's crack. I smoke crack. So I said,
Let me
what?
make it clear. No, you don't understand.
Yeah.
Crack.
What the
I
hell?
smoke.
I said, well, then explain this to me. Why you eating so much? Like, I thought crack people, I didn't want to say crackheads, but I was like, I thought crack people, they don't eat. I mean, I thought, she said, girl, no, I'm eating, I'm eating. I smoke crack. I was like, wow, wow. I was done.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh wow! I was not expecting that to be the story.
Yeah.
Well, I smoke. No, crack. I smoke crack.
Yeah, 'cause I was like, well, how hard is it? Because see, this is what they were doing too. Okay, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna be done with it now. But this was throwing me off. Like, how that girl has stole my food. Okay, so my body was aching a lot. And so you could buy at this particular jail, you could in the commissary, you could buy it was like a generic form of icy hot, like a
Mm,
menthol based cream, you know what I mean? So I was sleeping on the floor, so my body was aching a lot.
mm,
Excuse me. And then I'm tense, I'm stressed, all that's happening. So when commissary came, I ordered this cream and it really did help me. So there were a couple of the girls that were like, hey, can I borrow a little bit of your cream? And I was like, yeah. So it didn't hit me at first. So and I'll tell you what didn't hit me. So come to find out, so a lot of these girls, because they smoke and you can't smoke, you can't get no cigarettes in there.
mm,
It's not even possible. I mean, you're just not gonna be able to do it. So long story short, so what they would do is they would take tampons. So like every day they would drop off, not a lot. There'd be, there's like 20 something women in there. Somebody's gonna have a period, but they would only drop off like, I don't know, 10 tampons and about 6 or 7 pads. And, the folks, they would drop that off with toilet paper every day. So a
mm,
lot of the girls were getting their tampons, and then what they would do is they put that cream on the tampon, and then they're huffing it. So they're basically sucking on the tampons with the menthol cream on it so that they could get a high. So I said, well, how? And that's kind of like what she and I were talking about too, because I was like, she's like, yeah, this is my cigarette. Because and then, a lot of times they would, if the what's-my-jiggers, if the corrections officers would see those things, they knew what they were doing with them. They
mm,
they they knew that they were huffing, and that's considered, contraband at that point. Whenever you use something in a fashion in which it was not intended, it becomes contraband. If you take a shirt, a towel, or something, you rip it apart and then you use that to tie your hair up, that's contraband. So if you're
mm.
using a tampon, you put that menthol cream, because I was like, I think these motherfuckers, 'cause I was like, am I really running out of this cream like this? These motherfuckers was stealing my cream, child, and they was using it to make their little cigarettes because they called it their cigarette. They would suck on that tampon, honey. Everybody had a little cigarette. I said, so when I was saying, how you doing not smoking? She said, well, I smoke crack. So, I was like, what the what?
Sorry. That is I'm gonna use that for
Oh,
something. I don't know what I'm gonna use that for, but I'm using that for something. That is fucking hilarious. Nah, crack. I smoke.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I was like, "Oh, so you smoke?" She's like, "Girl, I smoke crack." So, I mean, it was just said like it was nothing. Like, no, girl,
No, let
I
me
eat
make sure
pork.
you
That's basically what. I mean, she said it so like, you know. I was like, "What?
Oh god. Oh god.
These are not
Oh,
my people." I was like,
mm-mm,
"God."
mm-mm. Not your tribe. Not at all.
Mm-mm,
Mm-mm,
mm-mm.
mm-mm, mm-mm. Okay. Well, I bet you won't. I bet you ain't mix up her addictions ever again, huh?
all the eating and all the smoking and all of that shit makes it. And and I told you how they would share meds, and they were snorting meds that somebody had in their mouth and had hidden during med.
Yeah.
That all that shit was wild to me. So I'd heard that people do that, and when I say I heard it, like I heard it while I was in there, that they're sharing drugs. But then when I got over, when that I ended up moving from sleeping on the floor over here next to the
Mhm.
lady who had hunched her ex boyfriend who was dead
Mhm.
while he was dead. You know,
Mhm. Mhm.
so when I moved away from sleeping by her, okay, who seemed like a nice lady for the most part, but
Okay.
um, when I moved from over in that section, and I that morning, every morning I would see how they would, somebody had hidden the drug, the rug, and then they go over and they crush it up, and then everybody would gather around my little bedding area. I was like, oh hell no! All the crackheads came around my little bedding area so that they could snort the Suboxone that somebody had in their mouth. I said, oh my god! And then if they weren't snorting it, they were putting it in their eyes. I
In their
said,
eyes.
"Oh, yeah, they would put because I guess it absorbs faster if you drop it in your eyes. I said
Like,
these motherfuckers gonna go blind. Some shit that somebody had in their mouth. You done
no.
took it out, you crushed it, is not intended to be taken in that fashion. And even if it was yours and it didn't come out somebody's mouth, you know how your mouth breaks down food. The saliva in
Mhm.
your mouth helps to break down the food
Correct.
almost as much as the damn teeth in your mouth. And
Right.
you're going to take some shit out of somebody else's mouth, crush it up, put it in your eye, put it up your nose. It was wild. I was like, God, help me. I was like, this is so I was
Mm.
honey, I've been sheltered. Okay. I did not know none of this. None of it.
I mean, even people that's been out in the streets don't know anything. Like, unless you've been there specifically. Like, that is
Right.
a whole other world. You know what I mean? Like, I done been in the streets. I ain't never been to jail. I ain't never been to prison. So jail and prison culture is still foreign to me. You know what I mean?
It's
And
still
I
more
hear
than
about
me. I was
it.
there. The fuck?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was
And
unbelievable.
yeah, but I do understand that it's its own world. It's its own planet within a planet. Like, for real. Like, they got their own language. They got their own way of the way that they talk, the things that you can say, the things that are signals for other shit.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, it's something. So again, that's the reason why it's like to hear you talk about it from the inside out, versus us talking about it from the outside in it's fascinating, like really fascinating.
Yeah. I was amazed. I was like, the shit that's going on. And then one day, well, no, anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about the day that they got busted for having hooch in there. And I was like, oh my God, they have hooch in there? And and here's the thing. One day, now, one of the girls, because here was the thing, if you got like fruit on your tray, people would be like, "You're gonna eat that fruit." They would save their apples. They save their oranges. They'd ask you, "Do you want your apple? Do you want your oranges? Whatever, whatever." I didn't know they were gathering it to make hooch. But one girl in particular was gathering. She was like, "Oh, I'm gonna make my punch or whatever," and it was like punch or whatever. So she was like, I mean, it would take maybe a day or so before she had enough fruit or whatever. She added with water, and she put
Hmm.
some sugar packets in there, and um, because the water in there you can't really. I mean, I couldn't. The water stank. The water was rusty. I couldn't drink that fucking water. So I was like, oh my God. So anyway, so one day we're having dinner. They're like, here, I made this punch. You taste it. I tasted the punch and it did taste good. It did taste good. But come
Hmm.
to find out, that was the makings of hooch. Now, it wasn't like liquory or anything, but I guess if it had sat another day or so, that's when it was becoming hooch. I was like, what? They were like, yeah, that's basically hooch. So if they had come in there and found that punch, they would have considered that person was making hooch. I
Hmm.
said, what? So anyway, yeah. So one day this one of the guards came in and he could smell it. Now I was like, I can't smell shit and I'm in here. See this, I'm telling you, I was so oblivious to what the fuck was going on around me. I had no idea. Just like them people have been snorting that stuff and putting that shit in their eye every single morning for over a week. But all because I switched spaces, now I'm seeing it happen. And I'm like, wait, what? I've been here this whole time. I didn't notice that the people were gathering right there so that they could share rugs with each other. So when this guy comes in, I mean this guard comes in and he's like, somebody's got hooch and y'all better get rid of it and this and that. I was like, what? He tripping. I don't smell nothing. Right? I was like, what is he talking about? Next thing I know, he left. He said, all I know is I'm coming back in here and it better be gone when I come back. Or you going on lockdown. I was like, what the fuck? So now people are like, get rid of it. And I'm like, get rid of what? Come find out they did have it in there. I said, how you smell that? It's fruit. He could smell it, child. I said, oh my God, a mess.
I love it. I love it. And I know this might sound like a weird comparison, but did you ever read 12 Years a Slave?
I didn't read it. No, I saw the movie.
So when you read the book, the main character, he was a free man. He was a free
Right,
black man.
right.
And he was he wasn't born into slavery. And so when you tell these stories, it sounds like his point of view in the book because he did not understand
He like
slavery.
this. I don't understand this slave shit,
Right.
right?
What the fuck
Yeah.
is going on? What do you mean we have to pick a certain amount of cotton? Cotton is light. What do you mean we got to pick pounds of cotton? I don't understand. And everybody else was like, you better stop all that fancy talking and reading this stuff and get down over here. And he's like, what are you saying? And then he gets hit and then he's like, okay,
I understand.
let's
They
all get
was
over
like, Miss V, you ain't supposed to be here. I said, I'm
it.
not. You damn right.
Right.
You got that right.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it sounds like when you tell the story. It's like, well, how did he smell it? What are y'all doing?
I didn't smell shit. I mean, what it stank in here, period. So what the fuck is we talking about? Like, how does he know the difference in the stank?
There's some hooch in here, and y'all better get rid of it when I come back. What are y'all doing? Are we gonna get in trouble?
Yeah, he's like, no TV for y'all. Y'all going on lockdown, no TV, no phones. Everybody's like, oh, you better get rid of that shit. You know, and baby, because you don't want to be shutting down the fucking TV and the phones, nigga. Oh, you gonna have some problems. So they was, really like, you gonna have to get rid of that. So, and he never did come back. That was just like a little scare tactic. He did smell it. He obviously did smell something, but he never came back to like get us, together or whatever. But he said, I'm gonna be back, and when I come back, it better be gone, or else we're gonna do a search, and we're gonna put y'all's asses on lockdown. So yeah,
Wow.
so that I can get it. Yeah, when a free man or a free woman is now enslaved, okay, it's the same experience.
Yeah,
Okay, that
yeah.
it's the same experience.
Yeah, you have to read the book because in the book he says this and this made all the sense in the world to me. He said that they would call certain plantation owners the good masters because they would let them do things on Sundays or they
Hmm.
would let them, have a free time on Saturdays, nights, or whatever. And then some of the plantation owners were bad masters. They were the bad ones. His question was, but aren't they all masters? Like, aren't we all still slaves at the end of the day? Like, how could one be good and bad when they both function in the same way? And they had never thought of it that way. They just looked at it like, well, we get to go out on Saturdays at his plantation, and we can't go out on Saturdays on his plantation. So this is the good man. He was like, no, they're all masters. You know what I'm saying? And this was, like I
Right,
said, he wasn't born into the shit, so therefore he saw it from a different perspective.
right.
And so it's a fascinating book, and that's the reason why listening to you talk, it reminds me of that. It reminds me of just that situation that he was in.
Yeah, child. Mm-mm. What Michi 3 said, you never partaken in what? taking something out of somebody's mouth, putting it in my fucking nose and eyes and shit. Hell fucking no. Partake in the hooch. Hell, I guess I did and didn't know it. I was in the early stages of the fermentation process. I didn't know. I thought it was punch, but it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't liquor. It literally was like a Kool Aid because she had taken Kool Aid package. She'd taken the fruit, put with the water. Because I mentioned too before that when on commissary day, and I'll talk about this later, but on commissary day, there were times like there are certain things that when you're in there, like I'm very particular about cleanliness. Like you're not going to be fixing my food and your kitchen is fucked up, or I don't know
Mhm.
that you wash your hands, or
Right.
what I'm saying, like those types of things. But when you are in jail and it's commissary day, they will cook. I always think it's funny when they say cook because you're not when I think cook, like it requires fire, but
Mm.
that's not what this was. Cooking was basically, they would take parts of what's in the meal plan and parts of what they were able to get from the commissary, and then they would basically take those things and then create a whole, dish. Like for instance, I want to say like Tuesday is meatball day. Okay. So meatball day, you're gonna get some meatballs. The meatballs, is covered in like a marinara sauce, and then you're gonna have pasta, and you're going to have, I think maybe like a vegetable. So on if commissary, because commissary day was every other Tuesday,
Mhm.
um, on the commissary day, and it's meatball day. Now it's like, okay, well, we gonna make stromboli. You want some stromboli? Okay, you want some too? Okay, so if there's 5 or 6 of us that want some stromboli, then what you're gonna need to do is not eat your dinner. You're gonna need to keep your meatballs, and you gotta share the meatballs with the person who's really going to do, you know, uh, the cooking. It's probably going to take 2 or 3 of you to, somebody's got to separate the meatball from the sauce. Somebody's got to take the meatballs and chop it up. And you chop it up by taking your ID. Your ID becomes a knife. So now you got to wash your ID. Then you got to go over there and you got to chop every meatball. Every individual meatball has to be chopped up into like 4 parts, and then somebody else is taking the pasta and doing something else with it. Somebody else has got crackers. So do you have crackers from your commissary? Okay, good. What you got? You got some cheese crackers, you got some Doritos or something? Great. Okay, so now we're going to take those crackers. That's going to be the crust. So now somebody's got to combine those things. You need to keep one of the trash bags that those tampons come in every day. You got
Mhm.
to take one of those trash bags because that's how you're going to be able to take the crackers and the cheese, and you're going to have to put it together, and then you got to form it into like a crust. So now you
Mm.
got to take that bag and use that to, I mean, it's a whole process. And then when they're done, it's like a full long, beautiful stromboli with the meat, and then the sauce is over it, and then somebody's got the cheese, and they got their Doritos. That you got to take the Doritos and the club crackers, and you combine that shit to make the crust, and then it's a whole thing. You got
Mm.
some jalapenos, great. We're gonna put those in there too, and now we can all eat some stromboli. But if you didn't contribute, or if you didn't do any work, like if you didn't do the chopping, and if you didn't help form the crust, and you didn't give us a meatball, and then you know what I'm saying, then you don't get none.
Mm.
But it's a whole thing. It's a whole situation up in there. I was like, wow, these motherfuckers are creative as I don't know fucking what. They who taught y'all this? Like this, that was my thing. How did y'all? And then, oh, we gonna have dessert. Okay, you got some Snickers. Okay, how about you? You got some cookies. Okay, great. Now they making pies and cakes and shit. It's amazing. It's amazing. Now,
Goodness.
normally I would be like, I'm not eating no shit. These motherfuckers, all these motherfuckers' hands been on it. Nigga,
Right.
you have seen that food, and you ain't eaten days and shit. That is the best meal in the world. Do you hear me? That first
Yeah.
day I was in there and they did it, and I was like, mm-mm. I'm looking at all the people that are involved in making this shit, right? I'm looking at them using their hands and stuff, and I'm like, oh Lord, I'm seeing you use your ID. Nigga, that ID been everywhere. So in my mind, I'm like, I don't want none of that. And they were like, Miss V, this V, you got to taste this. You got to, no, I'm good. No, Miss V, really, just taste it. Now I'm starving. I still don't want to taste it. Nigga, they
Mhm.
gave me a bite. I said, oh my God. They said, I told you, Miss V, I told you. I was like, oh my God, this is delicious.
I'm curious about seasoning. Like I
That's what
know.
they use. They'll keep certain packets let's say they order, okay, so for instance,
Mhm.
you bring up a good point. So you know how the noodles come with seasoning packets in them.
Right.
Well, let me go back because when I was at the first jail, they didn't have noodles. You couldn't even get noodles on the commissary. So I'd always heard, you get noodles in jail, right? They didn't
Mhm.
have noodles there. But
Okay.
when I got to Orlando, they did have noodles on the commissary. Everybody had them. So one of the things is don't use all the seasoning that comes in, in the noodles. It gives you a seasoning packet whether it's the
Mhm.
the beef or the chicken or the whatever
Right.
flavor, right?
Right.
So
Mhm.
the thing is you don't use the whole seasoning packet and you hold on to that seasoning packet because tomorrow when lunch comes that shit is going to be bland as fuck, so everybody uses their seasoning packet like salt and pepper,
Mm.
and it gives some flavor to it. So that's what I'm saying, like the way you buy commissary, I didn't know, like I was just like, oh, I'm gonna get 18 Snickers and that, I'm hope that satisfies. I'm gonna use a Snicker a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm
Right.
just starving. It's the Snicker never satisfied me, right? I'm
Right.
ordering wrong. Oh, I'm
Right.
gonna get these cookies. I'm gonna get these crackers, and that's gonna be good. That'll tie me over. No, no. You need those things to go with the shit that's on the menu. So once you learn that, it was like, oh wow, okay. By the time I was getting it, I was gone. I mean,
Right.
I ain't heard about that, but I'm just saying, I was like, oh, now I see how this works. Okay. And when I got over to the other jail, honey, they was making shit. She would make tuna. You take the mayo packet. I don't even, I'm trying to think where she, oh no, you could order the mayo
Mhm.
on the commissary. You could order tuna on the commissary. So they take, you could buy a spicy pickle in the commissary. So now you take all that and you combine it. Maybe I have a pickle. Maybe so and so has this or that, and then you combine your stuff and somebody's making that. There was something else they made one day. Like it was just these people were very fucking creative. I mean creative. They really were. DC Lively said, V, how long were you in there? 49 days.
Wow. And in 49 days, this is what you picked up. So just imagine the people that are lifelong, like Nesto, like the career criminals, which is why we often wonder how come Nesto act like he don't know shit. Because he's
Yeah,
been in
he's
and out of
right.
stuff.
He does know. I think he's playing dumb. He's a liar. And that's why I know about those shoes. Those shoes do not cost 40 and $50. They don't even cost 20. They're like 750. And I'm not even sure that he really needed some new ones. I mean, a lot of times when I was leaving, they were like, can we have your shoes? Can I have this when you leave? Can I do that when you leave? So, if you're leaving, then yeah, you can have my shoes. So we trade shoes because I have to turn in my shoes in order to get out. Your ticket out is that pillow, that pillowcase, that towel, that mat, that, there's certain things, that sheet. So you can't, that blanket, like you can't like leave stuff behind, you need that to go. So if I'm going to leave my shoes, then I need your shoes. If
Mhm.
your shoes are torn up, then I'll take your torn up shoes out when I go. Yeah, I was in 49 days, 3 jails, and yeah. And why? That would be the thing. Why?
Right. How much of that was in Florida? I know part of it was in Ohio, right?
Yeah. I was in Florida. Yeah, it's so crazy because it seemed like it was longer, but I was in Florida like 8, 9 days.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I thought most of that was in Florida. So only 8 or 9 days in
21
Florida.
days was in let me think about that. 20. I was in Ohio for for over a month.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and then I was on the road for 5 days straight. Well, yeah, 5 days on the road, and then the last days were in Florida. One day, we stopped in Kentucky, stayed overnight at a jail. That was different too. Yeah, shit, that was. I felt like Boss Hogg was who. Now you listen here, y'all just gonna come in here. I'm gonna tell you right now, you ain't gonna come over here to my jail, and y'all are not going to. You're gonna come in here. You're gonna go in there, and you're gonna listen. Now in a minute, you're gonna get your food, and after you get your food, then we're gonna give you something to eat. We're gonna give you. You can give you your uniform. And then when we give you your uniform, you're gonna go in there and you're not gonna say anything crazy to us. Or my people would go. I mean, this nigga was not nigga. This was a big old fat white man who was the boss of the jail. I don't know what the fuck when I tell you that shit right there, I thought I was about to go back into the civil rights movement. That's what it felt like. I said, "Oh my God." And we were all black. There wasn't one white person that traveled with us. I don't think there was one white person. It was 8 men, 2 women. And
Wow.
and we yeah. So before he even let us in the jail, they got us out of the vehicle. They stood us out there, and he was trying to read us our rights. Like, yeah, you gonna come in here and you gonna act like you got some good ass sense, because if you don't, we'll put your ass in the hole. And you go. I mean, he was just. I was like, what the fuck is going? How is this my life? How did I get here? Like, I did not understand none of this. None of this. So the
Wow.
fact that you said 12 years a slave, that is probably the very best. I've never even thought about it before. That is the absolute best comparison as to how my mind was working,
Yeah. Yeah.
because I
Yeah.
didn't know any of this shit. None of
Yeah,
it.
because even before he was brought down south, when the people from the south would bring their black slaves up to Boston where he was confused. He was like, "Why are y'all doing this? Why?"
Mhm.
Like, because they're like, they're the concierge, or they're picking their master's bags up, and he's like, "Wait, what are y'all doing? This is my master's bags, and I got to wait, what? You're doing what now?" you know, and he was confused because he was not born into, and a lot of slaves were born into and he was one of the very few that was a free man that was brought into a system that he was not born into. And when we talk about like a lot of these people that are habitual when it comes to going in and out, they're used to it. They're used to stromboli made out of a dozen and a half meatballs and shit, and they're used to that. And you saving packets like that. Here you come eating your damn Snickers like regular people. See,
Right. And I'm like, this ain't satisfy me. I thought Snickers is supposed to satisfy you. I'm trying to do what I could buy, at a budget, thinking, oh, I'll eat a Snicker a day. That'll get me through. And that shit was not. So, yeah.
you come in eating Snickers like the rest of us, okay? And they're like the fuck you
Right.
doing? You ain't saved none of the peanuts out the Snicker? Well, I ain't know I was supposed to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
Right.
that's it's definitely I mean, culture shock isn't even a fair way to describe it, but yeah, nah, that is insane. That is
So,
absolutely
Nesto
insane.
knows how this shit go. Like, if I could learn all that in a short period of time, this nigga has been doing this for 19 cycles. Like, come
Right.
on now. He knows
Exactly.
he knows everything about that process.
Exactly. And I think what's making him uncomfortable right now is that it's always been a cycle. Like I was explaining to somebody else, they would say this is cycle number 20. I said, no, it's not. Because a cycle is when you complete it. A cycle is when you go in, do your time and get out. That's a completed cycle. This
Right.
is not going, this ain't gonna end. So this one, I think that's what's making him uncomfortable, is the fact that this one is a little bit different. He
Yeah.
got a lot of charges at the same damn time, and I don't think Nesto had to deal with anything like this before, which is why he don't really know what else to do besides fast and talk about St. Peter blowing his horn.
I bet too that when he went to prison, he probably didn't even spend a lot of time in jail leading up to it. It's a
Correct.
possibility he was out fighting the case, lost the case, and then had to go into prison. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure this is a different experience and threw him off. And you're right. I feel like the other times he was probably in and out, was able to get shit dropped or
Hmm.
figured out some other way to get past it where he wasn't going to have to do more time. And that probably made him very arrogant about even what was going on here. He probably thought, initially that he'd be out in a minute,
Hmm. Hmm.
and he didn't realize that they had his ass. But I think he figured it out pretty quickly. He's just been playing this game with Shirley and Sonya, you know.
Hmm.
But I just don't understand. I understand how you might be able to tell Shirley any fucking thing, and then with her, with this being foreign territory for her,
Hmm.
okay, and this is your wife. Your wife wants to believe you. This, that, and the other. I could see how he could tell her some shit, but and she just go along with it. But Sonya, like I go back and forth. Like, Sonya, do you not understand what's going on here? Do you not understand this nigga's playing you? Don't you know how this shit works? Like, I don't understand. And then other moments I'm thinking Sonya knows and she's just playing along with him. Like I go back and forth with what's really going on in Sonya's head where this is concerned.
I feel like Sonya is just so wrapped up into him, and it's just like I feel like Sonya looks at Nesto like lightning in a bottle. Like, I will never get this again. I will never experience this type of feeling again. I will never, if I let go of Ernesto Williams, they say he nasty, who was there a grand jury. If I let go of this nigga, I am never going to be talked to this way and babied this way, or whatever the hell they did when they were together. She's never going to have that much attention, somebody calling her every day, somebody to talk to every day, because who else does she talk to every day? Like, we never hear Sonya tell Nesto, hold on, somebody else calling me. Hold on, let me click over real quick. I'll call you right back. No, and not ever.
Well,
Because
she said
phone
the other
doesn't.
day in one of those calls that she wasn't it one of her dudes went to jail for 15 years, or he did, she, or
14.
10 years, and she was with him throughout that, which is weird because you name all these other people you dated too, and it
Hmm.
doesn't, the times don't add up. Like,
No, they don't.
she 80? Like, how old is this lady? But anyway, so that's weird. Like, she does kind of, she's been, I feel like this is her kind of dude. You know what I mean?
I feel like, but then think about that story that she told. She said that they were on and off dating for 30 years, which, again, to your point, how old are you, Sonya? Damn. You were on and off with a dude for 30 years, and then he
Right,
met somebody after 3 months and married them? Hmm?
right.
Okay. So so it does make you wonder, how does the timeline work? Because according to her, 14 years he was in prison, then he gets out, I guess, and marries this woman. I don't know how this whole thing worked, but the bottom line is that he rejected her, right?
Yeah, he
Even though
rejected.
Ernesto was married, he did not necessarily reject her. He ghosted her. But
Yeah.
she didn't see that as rejection in her eyes. She saw that as, oh, something happened. And that's the reason why I haven't heard from him.
She didn't think about it then, but when she read that warrant that day, she
Oh,
realized it then
it did.
because
It
she
hit her.
said, "Oh, this is why I couldn't catch up with you because you had all this going on."
Right. Right. It hit her. It hit her like a ton of bricks then.
Hmm.
So I don't know necessarily how, because I've never really seen anybody be this thirsty. Like, this is a whole new level of thirst,
Yeah,
when you really, really, really think about it. So I don't really understand how that happened. But Ernesto did say on a call, and I can't remember if I did it, you did it, or if I saw it somewhere else, but he did say, I ain't never been in county jail this long.
yeah, I believe that. Now that I believe, and it's obvious. I think that's what's fucking him up. Is like, wow. I think even like he probably said that when he was in there 6, 7 months. Like I believe he probably never spent that kind of time in jail, let alone years.
Hmm.
Years. I
Hmm.
can't imagine it. I cannot imagine it. I never would have imagined experiencing it. And I still don't understand why I had to. But I don't understand it. And it was hard for me to wrap my mind around any of it. And the fact that I mean, I just feel like he probably felt the same way on some
Yeah,
level. On some level.
yeah. Lisa Craig says, unpopular opinion. I think he's going to get time served. Our judicial system has not been reliable. They tend to try to make the victims the offender. They tried it with Shirley. Lisa Craig, let me tell you,
No,
unpopular opinions are welcome here. However,
no.
that man is facing
Many years. Yeah.
the bigamy alone. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
the bigamy alone, which there's no defense for the bigamy.
None.
There's no defense. Like he has no, there's nothing that he can worm his way out of. Sean Hoover can't even defend it. What's the girl name? Sylvia and Sonia don't even talk about the bigamy.
Yeah.
That's how screwed he is on the bigamy alone.
Yeah. And that's 10
Now
years, right?
that's 10 years in Georgia.
Yeah.
Now we ain't even got to the part where we have an Erica Kang. Okay,
Yeah.
who has already laid out the entire roadmap for the Nesto cinematic universe,
Hello,
right?
all of it. All of it.
All, all of it.
Shit. And if
So,
there's some shit she could throw on him that he didn't have, she's probably, creative enough to do that too. But nevertheless, she is the star witness and she got this nigga high. I mean, he's fucked up. He knows
right.
he's fucked.
And then the Rico. And then the Rico.
Let's
Okay.
not even go there.
So let me acknowledge, Lisa Craig, that you are right. The judicial system is very unreliable. It absolutely is. But keep in mind that the judicial system is not who tried it with Shirley. It was Sean Hoover, because Sean Hoover is not a good lawyer. Okay.
Mhm.
The system didn't do that to Shirley. Sean Hoover did, because Sean Hoover didn't have anything else. So because of his lack of nothing else to say except for, well, how come you didn't know the car was in your name? You was in it. You was riding in the car and you didn't know it was in you. Well, when you found out, how come you didn't turn it back in? Huh? Shirley Strawberry. He's not a good lawyer.
First of all,
Okay.
you can't even turn a car back in. After I think you get 2 days, some places, whatever, but you can't just turn a car back in months later. I don't want this car. Now you
Right.
could have she could have filed charges, but that's her husband, and she probably thought this nigga don't. I can't believe he did it, but she probably didn't think of it as a crime per se. I mean, I just think that there are some people who are oblivious, and she just feels like, how dare he do this? But did she think that that meant I'm going to the police about it? Like I
Yeah. Yeah.
but
So
with Lisa Craig, I would give to your credit, Lisa Craig, you're right. The judicial system has not been reliable.
no.
And he may also get time served, but it's just not enough time. It's just not enough. He's still go I think this nigga will be in there till he die.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Because he just has that
Absolutely.
many charges and years that he's looking at, and he doesn't have that many. I think he will have more years than he has life left to live,
Mhm.
quite possibly.
Yeah, I mean, life sentence for Ernesto is not the same as a life sentence for like
Right.
a
20
what's
years.
that guy, Julian, whatever Conley. You know, life sentence for him. He's eligible for parole. That guy's in his 20s. He's eligible for parole, or is he life without parole? Is that what they got him for?
I don't
I
even know
think
who that is. Who is that?
Julian, the last case that fucking Sean Hoover just lost, like
Oh,
last
okay.
week. Yeah,
Yeah, he's a young
uh,
guy. Yeah.
yeah, he's a young guy, and I think in Georgia, you have to serve like 30 years before you can even be considered for parole. But I think he's life without parole. So, 30 years for Nesto is what? He's what, 90 something years old?
Right. He's 61, right? So
Right.
he's 61 ball. He probably ain't looking to get out till he 87 ball.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, not ineffective counsel in the way that the court system would look at it, but ineffective counsel in the way that we would look at the fact that Sean Hoover is not a good attorney. That's not helping him at all either. This man is sitting up there trying everybody except for what he needs to defend, which is Nesto. He's trying the bloggers. He's trying Shirley Strawberry. He's trying anything. And now he just wrote an appeal, which probably won't even get heard because the only way that they can appeal in Georgia for the suppression is if the judge did not act according to the laws of Georgia, which, according to Judge Dunaway's whole statement, he did.
Yeah.
So the appeal isn't even going to work.
Well, they'll probably review. Yeah, I think there's a possibility they can review it, but it ain't gonna go the way you want it to go. Like, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's very weird to me. But to be honest, when I saw that motion come through, it made me think: does that mean the the trial might get pushed back again?
No, because again, I don't think that because guess who gets the appeal first? Judge Dunaway. So I mean, I don't think again it has to be appealed based on the merits of the merits weren't followed by the judge. If you read Judge Dunaway's statement when he put out the denial, he covered everything. There was nothing improper done. So
Yeah,
the only
no,
way they're,
they
they're going
gotta
to only.
review
So
it. Uh-huh.
I don't think it delays anything at all. November 12th, here we come.
Mm, all right.
November 12th, here we come. Ms. Mesmerize says, total waste of time, but necessary. Yeah, I mean, again, Sean Hoover is not Nesto's buddy, not his friend. That is his attorney, right? So that means
Mhm.
that he's going to do all the things he has to do as his attorney.
Well,
If it
and because Sonya and Nesto are telling him to do all this dumb shit, to be quite honest. So that's what I
yeah,
think.
yeah,
Otherwise, he would have been like, "Oh, okay, suppress. Okay, fine." Um, uh, you know what I mean? I think normally he'd be like, "Oh, okay. I got other shit. I got other fish to fry. I got murderers out here. I got to deal with." Okay. Yeah.
I just don't know how it would feel to have a lawyer that's taken as many L's as Hoover's taken over the last couple months.
But he's a
Eh,
great lawyer. He's excellent. He's
Shit.
the best one he's had on payroll. They are getting their money's worth with Sean Hoover.
I would say they are indeed, but I would say that what makes Sean Hoover's stand out above all the other ones is I honestly believe, and this is my belief. I don't have nothing to back it up, but I believe this to be the case. I believe that Sean Hoover is the only one that told Nesto to shut the fuck up, and Nesto listened.
And he
I,
did
I
exactly.
think I think Hannah tried. I
Right.
think Krell definitely tried. We even got a call where Krell is saying, Nesto, I will be down there. I do not talk on the phone. Right? I think Krell even tried to get over to him. But
Yeah.
but Sean Hoover's the only one that convinced Nesto to shut the fuck up. Stop talking on the damn phone. You making my job harder, sir. And you making your
Well, let's be
sentence
clear.
longer.
He's had Sean Hoover longer than he's had any other attorney.
Correct.
Like
Correct.
nobody else stayed on payroll for very long
Right.
because of Sonya's ass mainly.
Right.
He listening to dumbass Sonya, and he's fucking up the relationship over and over and over.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, and whoever it was it Jackie Patterson? Who was it that said you're not getting out?
Jackie Patterson told him that, so he got mad at Jackie Patterson, and is still mad at Jackie Patterson to this day. To this day,
Tell
it's
him the
still
fucking truth. Like,
yeah.
we're not here to stroke your fucking ego. We're here to tell you what the fuck is going on here, and how best we can combat it. But if we're going to combat it, you got to listen to me. You got to understand what we're working with. Doesn't mean, I mean, shit. I think it did mean from the giddy up that I think Jackie Patterson, with the information he had at the time,
Mm-hmm.
realized that this nigga was in trouble. But
Mm-hmm.
nobody could have predicted all the shit. Now, mind you, Jackie Patterson was probably in a much better position to kind of get an understanding as to what Nessa was looking at, because what he was former law enforcement. He
Hmm.
has a relationship with the prosecution office. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of attorney you want. Somebody
Right.
who's been a prosecutor, someone who has a relationships, someone who has a track record. This man has been a cop and he's an attorney and he's been a prosecutor. Wasn't he at some point?
Um,
Quite.
I believe so.
I mean, it's quite possible he was because most of them have at some point been a prosecutor. They've either worked for a public defender's office or they've been a part of the prosecutor's office or they've done both. A lot of times they start off as a part of the public defender's office. Where's Janetta? Where's Janetta at? She here? A lot of times they start off there and then they move over to the prosecution's office. My attorney that got me out like in no time. And again,
Mhm.
the reason why it took as long as it did for him to get me out was because weekends were involved, holidays were involved. But I hired him on the day after Christmas and he had me out on the, well, I was supposed to get out on the, well, I was supposed to have a hearing on the 3rd, but I ended up getting out on the 6th or whatever. I mean, and that was just because there were weekends involved. So, I mean, I say all that to say that he had been a prosecutor. He had worked as a public defender. He had a great track record, you know, on his own. And that's the kind of person you want. He knew who to call. He knew how they worked. He knew how this was going to go. And he had me out in no time. But
So
yeah, go ahead.
just to get, let's just, I really wanted to make sure that we get it clear, okay, on the lawyer that he had and the lawyer that told him he wasn't getting out. Okay. You want to hear this man's experience, Lenore?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jackie Patterson was a part-time judge from the years 2000 to 2020 in the following jurisdictions: Superior Court of Terrell County, DeKalb County, Rockdale County, Greenville County, East Point, Georgia, and Atlanta. He was a U.S. Army paratrooper,
Mm,
Atlanta's
damn.
police officer, right, an Atlanta police officer from 81 to 87,
Okay.
a police chief at Clark Atlanta University from 95 to 96,
Oh,
okay.
wow.
He was
Okay.
he had an internship with the Harris County, Texas District Attorney's Office while in law school. More
Okay.
than
Hello.
700 jury trials.
700 jury
More,
trials?
more than 700 jury trials handled since becoming a lawyer in 1992.
What the
More
fuck?
than more than 100 criminal appeals filed in the state of Georgia. Wrote a book and conducted seminars on the process of criminal appeals in Georgia.
Wow.
Taught newly appointed judges on criminal procedure at the University of Georgia.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I want to interview him then. I think I'm
This
gonna call
man,
him.
this man told Nesto he was not getting out. And guess what, y'all? Guess what, y'all?
He ain't got out.
He ain't
And,
got out.
and here's the thing, like I said, he knows how these motherfuckers work, and he probably right this at this very moment could make a phone call and get some inside information. A lot of time that's how that works, and that's not like sneaky. I mean, you call, you got a relationship. Okay, let's talk about what y'all got on him. What are we
Mhm.
looking at? What are we talking about? And somebody will say, you know, this, and this. Hell, we looking at this coming down this pike here. Now they're gonna tell him confidential. No, they're not gonna tell him some shit that possibly is gonna affect their ability to win.
Right,
But at the
right,
same time, I mean, he understands how this goes down, and he's telling you not what you want to hear, but what you are actually going to face. And
right.
the fact that you think that there's something wrong, that he has to believe you're innocent. It doesn't even matter if he does think you're innocent. If
Nope.
he says you're not getting out, he's got good reason to think that.
What Denzel told us in Train Today.
Huh?
Denzel said it's what you can prove.
Exactly.
It's what you
Right.
can
And that's
prove.
why I keep saying too, it's not even about you. A lot of attorneys, and I'm not saying this was my experience with any of them, but I have read enough, seen enough where a lot of attorneys are like, I don't give a fuck if you're innocent or guilty, and I don't need to know that. You know,
Hmm.
my job is to find the loophole and give you the best defense, so you do the least amount of time, or you do because even somebody who even confesses to a crime needs an attorney.
Hmm.
because you may confess to the crime, but your confession without a good attorney might have you doing more time than you would if you didn't have an attorney. You know what I'm
Correct.
saying? So that's the one thing. And so a lot of times it ain't got shit to do with whether I believe you or whatever. Now, does it help when you are over here fucking lying to your own attorney? Does that serve you well? No. But
Not
you
at
can't
all.
tell Sonya nothing. Because see, that's his real attorney.
Right. Right. Now Lisa Craig asked a question. And I know we've talked about this, but Lisa Craig says this may be a silly question, but does jail have better living conditions than prison? Is jail more lenient as far as rules?
Yes, and yes, and yes, from what I understand. And that's what I was saying earlier, that
Hmm.
the food is better, the accommodations are better, the free, I mean, I literally had conversations with multiple people that were like, I
Hmm.
can't wait to get to prison. Like they knew they were going, but they're sitting just waiting to be transported, and they don't know when they're gonna come. They just know that they're coming. And
Hmm.
there were so many people that had gone through it before that talked about the food is better, the the living accommodations are better. You can get your own television, you can get your own tablet, you're going to have better commissary, you're going to
Hmm.
have a chance, you can get a job, you can there's so many different, you can get involved in programs. There are very few programs you could get involved in, from what I had seen and experienced. There's a Bible study group. You could do that once a week. You could do there was somebody, maybe a couple of girls had parenting classes and group work they could do, but there was no opportunity for therapy. There was no real medical assistance you could get. Not really. I told y'all I was without medication that I needed badly, that I did not have for 49 fucking days. So yeah. So from what I understand, everything is better. Everything is better.
Hmm. And it makes sense because it would be more for longer housing, so longer than what jail is not supposed to be years and
It's not
years and
supposed to be
years.
fun, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Now there was a girl that well, see, she lies, so I don't know really how that went. Wait, hold on one second. Okay. Um, I'm sorry. Oh, there was a girl. She lies. She lies. But because her time was off, but she did she was in prison at the same place that Martha Stewart was in. Okay.
Okay.
And Martha Stewart's prison was like a camp. Now that was federal prison. They say federal prisons are much better than state prisons. So when I always hear people say, "Ooh, that's fed time. That's fed time," like from what I understand, the federal prisons are better. They're nicer. It's different. It's from what I understand, it's a little more lenient. But then again, again, I'm just listening to people talk. But this woman in particular, she was at the same place Martha Stewart was at. And where Martha Stewart was at, their little situation, it was like little cottages. Like she had her own, I don't want to say own, I don't think she was living in it by herself completely, but they had like little cottages. I remember seeing her living situation. It was like she had her own personal little cell. She had a TV in there. Martha was in there doing sewing classes and shit. They were doing arts and crafts. She was heading that up, and it was different. They had a little bit more freedom and stuff. So prison, that's different than fucking jail. Jail is really fucked up. It is really fucked up. When you hear Nesto talk about sleeping, standing up, there was a white girl that I was talking to in there. She had been trafficked as from the time she was 12. Her mother had her trafficked. Um, she'd been through the ringer, okay, and she had been in and out of jail a lot. And at one point, she was in Fulton County, and she was talking about how that was the net. Because here's the other thing, like just like you got them jailhouse lawyers, and some of them are very much on point. Let's be very clear. I saw that for my damn self. They were like, "Oh yeah, oh that's a when it was talking about me, they was like, "Oh yeah, they revoked your probation, da 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 da, whatever." So anyway, and they would say, "Oh, then this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna have this and this happen, and then they'll let you out, and then da da da." Like they really do know their shit.
Hmm.
But this girl, she knew her shit too about these different jails, because at one point she was trafficked and she was in Atlanta and she was locked up in Fulton County. And she was telling someone else, because that person was, looking to possibly be um, transported, extradited wherever. And she was just saying the worst jail she'd ever been was Fulton County Jail. She was like, it is the worst. She said, they throw you in these holding cells where, these detox cells, like a lot of times that's where you'll start, and people are in there literally throwing up and
Mm.
pissing and shitting on themselves, and it's stacked pack in there, and you might be in there for days on end. Like she talked about it, and I said, oh wow. I said, well, I'm gonna tell you. I said, I actually, I have a YouTube channel. There's a case that I follow right now, and the guy is talking about how he was sleeping standing up, or that he was right by a toilet and was overrunning. And I said, and it just sounded crazy. She said, no, he was telling the truth. She was like, if he said he was sleeping standing up, it's very good chance he was. So I mean, I was hearing, I was like, wait, what? So that's why the whole time I'm in here, I'm constantly thinking, oh my God, this is what Nesto said.
Right, right.
So
Nesco's
now
the reference. Yeah.
yeah, well, Nesto may be a liar, and Nesto may be this, that, and the other, but there were some things that Nesto said that actually on some
Hmm.
level. And this girl said, she's like, it is disgusting. She said, it is so fucking disgusting. She said, there's piss and water and sometimes shit that's just overflowing, and it's just all over the floor, and you may have to lay next to a toilet, or you may have to stand up and sleep because it's just that stacked in there. So, to hear her talk about it, I was like, oh my God. So now, does that mean, now I do believe that Nesto was probably telling the truth about that, but then Nesto is that type of nigga too that will take on your story. So
Mm.
maybe he was in there for a day, or maybe somebody else told him how long they were in there and what all they had to do, and he might have, you know, taken on that story. That's possible, but those things that he described actually did happen, and she was saying it long before I told her that's what I heard happen too. So
But let's not forget that Shirley, when Shirley was given the ultimatum, and Nesto forgot that he was in Cobb and forgot that he fucks with the crackers,
mhm.
and he was trying to explain to Shirley, you don't
It was
understand what's
different.
going on. You don't understand what's going on. If people dying in here, if people doing, and she's like, I thought you were in Cobb County. Jail
Yeah,
is jail.
yeah, right, right.
He forgot that he told her how much better the
It was
conditions
better.
were at Cobb.
Exactly.
And
Yeah,
then he tries to give her this sob story
yeah.
about, oh, there's people dying in here, and you don't understand what's going on. You got all these homosexuals just going free. Men's ain't men's no more, Shirley.
Not going free.
Men's ain't men's no more, Shirley. And she said, I thought it was better at Cobb County. Then he thought about it. Jail is jail.
Mhm. Mhm.
So you're right. He's not above, making some shit
Lying.
that happened to
Exaggerate.
somebody else, right? And making his own story. Yeah. And I just thought that was kind of weird. Nigga, you forgot you told her that's why I fuck with the crackers. They got a
Mhm.
big TV on the wall, and they got this, and they got, oh, look at these folding chairs, and look at oh, this is nice over here. This the better jail, Shirley. This the better jail. Yeah,
Mhm.
you forgot about that.
Now let me say this funny. I mean, speaking of the chairs, when he showed what was it? It was I was redoing a video the other day, one of their first visits, and she was like, "Ooh, those seats, they are
Oh yeah.
hard." Yeah. And honestly, in some of the places that's the seating. It's like that, right? Not, well, actually that's nicer seating.
Hmm.
Just depends, but uh uh um that chair, when he moved out the way and he showed the plastic chairs, that's
Hmm.
like that's plush seating in there. We had one when I was in Ohio. In Florida, they had them in the common areas. So I was like, "Oh shit, this real nice here. This it's nice. This a nice jail. Oh, okay." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Yeah, I mean, but the things that you there is a difference in from place to place, no doubt about that.
Okay.
Um, there were things that I could say at the first one. I think I felt like it was safer in Florida, believe it or not, even though there was like 45 women in one dorm. I felt like it was really a safer environment to be in because you always had supervision. Whereas when I was in Ohio, they had, you're just in this space. They called it a tank. So you were in a tank with 20 other women and nobody's watching you. You're just in there. They come through, they do checks, maybe 4 or 5 times a day. They just walk through, but they're not watching you.
Hmm.
Nobody's watching you. And the only time they're really seeing like one time there was a fight, right? There was two fights. One when that girl stole my shit and they jumped her. And then
Oh.
yeah. Yeah. And then the other time was it was three girls kind of jumped this one girl, and actually the one girl that I said I cussed her out, and then the very next day she was literally in my arms crying, and I'm praying for her and giving her a pep talk. Like it was a it was a crazy kind of situation. But that girl, she got jumped because she just had a smart mouth. She was just, she got on people's nerves, so they jumped her. And then when they jumped her, I mean, they jumped her, but she still beat all of them's ass. To be quite honest, she really did win the fight with three people jumping her. But everybody just sat back and they watched it and they let it go until it's done. And then it wasn't until the next day that the girl who got jumped but whooped all their asses
Hmm.
got mad about something, and so she told the guards about it. And after she told them about it, then they checked the cameras because there is a camera. But if you they weren't thinking about the camera at the time, and they
Hmm.
didn't expect her to go tell. Because if she had not told, they would never have known that fight took place because they're not watching you like that in that place.
Hmm.
So I say all that to say, well, and then when she told it, then they checked the cameras and they said, "Yeah, you were fighting. It was three of y'all, all of y'all." So they removed all four of them, put them in different tanks, which is also kind of, that can be dangerous. Now you got to go and learn a whole another group of people, and that kind of thing.
Hmm.
Whereas when I was in Florida, there was always an officer looking, and then
Hmm.
the way you're situated in there, like that person that's watching, they're behind a desk, but they can see every single bed in there, whether there's like two stories in each dorm. They call them dorms there. It was a much bigger space. There was a huge common area. That there were the beds were there, but I felt like it was safer. It was a more controlled environment.
Hmm.
I did see one fight when I was in there, and that was over the phone. Actually, I don't even think it was over the phone. I think there was some kind of tension that went on between these women, and one girl was on the phone, and then she just attacked her while she was on the phone. The girl that she attacked literally was looking to bail out the next day. But because she participated in the fight, whether somebody attacked her or not, now she got to do 21 days in the hole. Even though she was about to leave the next day, now she can't leave. Now she got to spend 21 days
Wow.
in the hole. So the shit is wild. All of
Wow.
that shit is wild. Okay. Now that's the kind of shit that happens with women. And then, like I said, my mother worked in corrections, and my mother was a professional wrestler, and my mother was always ready to whoop some ass. But the first year she worked in corrections, she worked with girls, and
Hmm.
she said every day she had to fight. But then when she moved over to the boys, then it
Hmm.
was cool. Like she would only have to whoop a nigga's ass every now and then, and she would do that. Okay, that was back when they really were putting their hands and they could put hands on, and
Right.
and they would do that. But she always talked about how it was different working with the men versus working with the women. And if you talk to the guards in there, they said the same exact thing, whether they were male or female. So I say all that to say, I find that I would think that Nesto's experience would be a lot better than the experience of a woman in jail, because there's probably less fights that happen with the men
Yeah.
just because of the temperament.
Yeah, my dad was a correctional officer, and he, like I told y'all before, I would go to the jail all the time to, bring him lunch or I
Mhm.
don't know, work the bar sometimes. Like I'm like, why am I? I'm a little kid. Like even I knew it
Well,
was
I used
wrong.
to go all the time. The boys up there with my mom, they knew me.
Yeah,
Yeah, I used
yeah.
to go all the time.
And
Mhm.
and and I remember the worst cussing out I received was when he took me back there where the women were. They were absolutely horrible. I was
Yeah.
like, you kiss your mother with that mouth? Like
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like You
Yeah.
know, I'm just walking through the, hey, little nigga, what the fuck you doing over here, little nigga? I'm like, okay, I didn't expect that from an Asian woman, but all right,
No, not an Asian woman.
whatever. I'm not not here to judge, okay?
Yeah.
And I noticed that there is a lot more aggression, and my dad would tell stories like on his, when he would come home from work about what he went through with the women inmates, and it's like really. And
Mhm.
I learned at an early age that the women are a trip in jail, like they are
They
a trip.
are.
And when he would take me over to the men's side, it'd be like, yeah, little brother, what's going on, little brother? Every now and then you had a crazy one, but for the most part, yeah, little brother, don't end up like me.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't pay your parking tickets. Don't
Yeah.
end up like me. Okay. All right, nigga. All right, I got you. I got you. So it was just interesting, when you say that, yeah, it's definitely a lot more fights on that side, definitely a lot more
Oh,
drama
yeah.
on that side, the whole thing. Yeah.
And I think I had a mild experience, to be quite honest. You know what I'm saying? I feel like in retrospect, it was mild, but it was still traumatizing. I saw
Mhm.
Dion Saltbake said, V, did you have a crew? I asked because they got somebody for you. No, I had the favor of God, and God protects fools, and children, right? And I was just oblivious as to what was really happening. I was just there like, wait, what? Like you want to fight me because you stole my shit? And immediately the girl that I said I cussed her out, and then the next day she's crying in my arms. That girl was the first one that kind of stepped in and was like, oh, hell no, you ain't gonna, we ain't doing that. You ain't doing that with Miss V. I had just been there like, I guess I had been there a week and a half at that point. Like I just been there a week and a half. And then all these other girls just got up like, oh fuck no. They didn't like that girl anyway. Let's be very clear. They didn't like that girl. She was Mexican. She was pretending like she couldn't speak English and whenever it was convenient, but she could. She seemed like she might have been a little mental. I didn't, it was just they had history with getting, they were sick of her. She was getting the Emory boards during whenever commissary comes, she get Emory boards. She would file her teeth. She would do. She was very strange, and she would, she had been in multiple fights, but her thing was to bite people, and so that's why she would file her teeth. And she had shaved her teeth to a point where she had fangs. So they were like this bitch right here. So the one lady who was kind of like I don't know, what would you say? She was like the OG. She had been there the longest. She had been there a year. She was in there for unaliving her husband. Um
Mhm.
and she was also the one that ran the store. She was very sweet. But I it's so
Mhm.
weird to say, but she was so sweet, and she was, I mean, to me, she was very like she would look out for me because she saw that I wasn't eating, but she ran the store in there. And when I say the store, I was explaining this recently. Like, yes, there's a commissary, but you always have somebody who, hey, babe, that you always have somebody in there who buys a lot of stuff from the commissary so that people, when their shit runs out from commissary, they can come buy it from her. And so you
Mhm.
can't exchange cash per se. Well, you could, because she could if you wanted to pay her cash, she preferred not to get cash because you can't use cash in there. And the way she would get the cash is like somebody's got a cash app, her cousin who has a cash app, and then that cousin puts money on her books, that kind of thing. And it's just too much to track. So her running the store is like, okay, you want a Snicker? I'll give you a Snicker, but when commissary come, you owe me two Snickers, that kind of thing. So
Okay.
that was her exchange. So anyway, she was the one who ran the store, and and she knew I wasn't eating, so she might like slide me some chips or something because she'd be like, Miss V, you got to eat something, that kind of thing. So she was
Mm.
very nice, but she was the one who whooped that bitch's ass for real. Like these other girls jumped in, but the one who was really whooping the ass was that lady. And she often, so while she was like looking out for me a little bit, then she would come to me often and she'd be like, hey, what do you think I should wear to court, or what do you think about this, or when I get out of here, how am I going to get a job? And so like I would talk to her like that, and help her like that. Y'all about to make me cry because it was just a really, it was sad. It was really a sad experience. It was sad to see, like that girl I had to cuss out, whatever. She had three kids and she was only like 23. And she had, one child she had when she was like 16, 17 years old. She had been molested, she had been through a lot. She didn't even want her kids. She didn't think she could be a good mother to them. It was just like we had a whole, and she left her kid with somebody who possibly could could have done the same thing to her child. And so we had a discussion about that. And I was saying, girl, what are you doing? I was like, if you believe that he did this, why are you okay with him having your baby? Like, it was just a whole situation. And like, literally, me and her got into it the day before. The next day, she's telling her story about something. I chimed in. Then she's in tears.
Hmm.
It was just sad. It was
Yeah.
just sad.
Yeah.
So, I just hearing these different, and again, like it's like, okay, I don't know why the fuck I'm in here. Like, this is crazy. But I understood why a lot of them were in there
Mm.
because the way the cards they were dealt, it was like, you're lucky that you're not dead. You know what I'm saying? They're lucky that they're not in a worse predicament. So it was just so heartbreaking. you know and I
Yeah.
guess, and that's the other thing I was telling people. I do know that I'm favored by God. I know that, and people, may not like to hear that, or they may not understand that. But despite the bullshit that I have done wrong in my life, God has always looked out for me.
Right.
um I could my situation could have been a lot different in there. You know what I mean? It could have
Right.
been a lot different. But when that girl, I mean, I honestly was oblivious. I was like, I know this bitch ain't trying to act like she want to fight me. Right? Because I'm looking at
Mhm.
her like she doing all this performing and shit. Like she was just, when somebody wants to fight, wouldn't they just come over to you and just start fighting you? She's like, oh, we gonna fight. Now she gotta take off her shirt, and then she gotta go to the other side of the room. Then she got to go get,
Mhm.
and I mean, it was so weird. I'm looking at her like, girl, are you crazy? And then everybody was like, you ain't doing Miss B like that. Like, I
Right.
was like, what are y'all? I was like, y'all calm down. Like, it's fine. I'm not
Mhm.
understanding what's going on. Next thing I know, this bitch is getting beat the fuck up. And then, uh, do you know the girl who beat her up and everything? She was she didn't get in trouble at all, but that girl got in trouble and got kicked out. We never
Mhm.
saw her again. They were so happy to have her gone. But I'm just saying that, all kinds of things could have happened to me.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Didn't happen.
I think, but I think Granny the Great, and I think we talked about this, but Granny the Great said, "V. Lenore, is that your ministry?"
I think it is, honestly, on some level. I thought about that. Multiple girls in there said, you're here for us. You're here for me.
Hmm.
Multiple. This wasn't like one conversation. This wasn't even the same women saying
Hmm.
this. And they didn't just say it when I was in Ohio. They said it when I was the one night I stayed in Kentucky, the time that I spent in Florida. Like there were multiple women that said that. And it did renew my desire to want to do more work with with folks that have had those experiences. So that is something that, those are honestly the type of roles that I'm looking for. I'm applying for a lot of different things here, but
Hmm.
honestly, there's a couple of positions in particular that would allow me to work directly with folks who are on this side of that experience. And that's, I mean, I don't think it is happenstance that these things happened. I see where there's greater good that can come from it, but I'll be honest, I still haven't fully flushed out how that experience impacted me.
Hmm.
How because it was still trauma. It was a
Right.
lot of trauma. There was a lot of fear around the unknown, like not knowing. Like, it was hard for me to sleep. I didn't
Hmm.
sleep for probably a couple weeks, honestly, y'all, because I watched enough movies. I'm thinking, shit, everybody may be cool, but hell, for all I know, somebody could come and kick the shit out of me. I'm laying on the floor. I'm sleeping on a concrete floor
Hmm.
for weeks. For weeks. So someone could have easily come. So it was hard for me to, I didn't know these people, but on some level, I felt like God was, protecting me the entire time I was there. Because again, I was oblivious to a lot of shit that was, even that drug stuff. I was like, wow, this is happening. Like right there, y'all right here. I see you. I see you.
Right. Right.
Do y'all understand? I can see you. Y'all,
Right.
they didn't care. And people just, it was a very crazy experience.
Yeah, yeah, that's like I felt the same way when when Cat Williams said the first time he seen somebody do cocaine in front of him, he was like, I can see you, right? Like
Right. That's
the
exactly
first
how I feel. Like, wait, what?
the first time I saw somebody do cocaine in front of me, I was like, I can see you, right? It was so funny
I've
because I
never
just
been in
felt
that
that.
space, so that was the closest. God, they were treating it like it was coke. They were snorting it. Like I said, I'd never known you could put drugs in your eye. And then that's a fast way for it to absorb into your system. Like I never knew these things. Yeah. So I get it. Yeah. I was like, I could see you, right? Do you like when that lady said, oh yeah, I smoke crack? Cause I was like, wait, what? What you just say to me? Excuse me? You just said it like it was like, yeah, I smoke cools. Like no, I smoke, Salem's, Camel. No, I smoke crack. Wait, but what? What you say?
No, no
So
crack. I said crack.
I
I smoked crack.
said, what?
You
What
know,
you mean?
no,
She said, I
no.
can't wait to get out of here so I can get some more.
And
I
I
said,
told,
you still gonna smoke it?
yeah, yeah. And tell the judge, yeah. Now this was in Ohio. Crack lady was in Ohio.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, yeah, yeah, because it sounded like some Florida shit. I ain't gonna lie, it sounded like some Florida shit.
Let me tell you something else she said. She said, now this was a group of us that like you, okay, so at night, a lot of times everybody's laying in the bed and now everybody's just talking, and people are telling stories and shit. And I don't know I forgot how we got onto this, but this girl, the same lady, like I told you, she 59. Now she looked 69. Cause she on crack. I get, what I mean? Like she's so small. Like we always talk about how skinny Sonya is. This lady was, I swear, she was thinner than Sonya. Okay.
Whoa.
She may not been as short as Sonya, but this was a very
Yeah.
small lady.
Okay.
And she said, she was talking, I forgot how we got on this subject, but she was saying that she had some dildos in her car. And that
Mm.
sometimes every now and then she might, pull it out and use her vibrator, her dildo in the car. I said, why you gotta use it in the car? She said, because that might be where I'm at. I said, what? I was I could not believe The shit that was being said that I was hearing. Yeah, I was just like, oh my God. So yeah, I'm all about me and Mr. 12 Years of Slave. He and I are the same. Okay. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, nah, that's I mean,
Dion
but
somebody said, V said, you still gonna smoke it? I did. I said, you still gonna smoke it when you leave? She said, I can't wait to get out of here so I can smoke. At first, when she had said it a couple of times, I thought she meant, cigarettes. And then she said something about when she was in court, because she was going to court like every other week. Every other week, she thought she was about to it was like every 6 or 7 days she was going to court, and she thought she was like Nesto. She constantly thought she was about to get up, and she was never getting out. She was never getting out. So she said something. She like I would say like, okay, well, what happened in court today? And she, be telling us and how the she was like it came out in that conversation about her smoking crack. I said, what? She's like, yeah, I smoke crack. She's like, I can't wait till I get out of here. I said, you still gonna smoke it? She's like,
because what you're expecting is I used to smoke crack.
yeah.
So now
Right.
here I've cleared my mind and I
Yeah.
am crack free. That heifer
Yeah.
said, no, no, when I get out.
I can't wait to get out of here. I said, what? I mean, I can't wait to get out either, but damn it, you can't wait to get out here and get a rock. Okay. Shit, the only rock I want is on my hand. Like, what the fuck is you talking about? This crazy. So yeah.
Wow. Nah, you know what? But I think to Granted Agree and to a lot of the comments that I've been reading, I think that is you were put in that position for it wasn't for you. You were put in that position because I know the question that you have been asking is why am I in this situation? I think that the answer is because of those women that you've described to us that you have been able to help or inspire, or like you said, the girl was crying in your arms. I mean, you might have been there just for her. You know what I mean? And I think that like it's so inspiring that you were able to walk into that lion's den and walk out. You know what I mean? Like you were literally Daniel in that situation where, the lions they held their mouths closed while you were there. You know what I mean? Because we've heard the stories. We know how situations end up, people wrong place, wrong time, wrong cell mate. But you walked into the lion's den and the lions held their mouths closed. And so, you're able to come out with this story and I guarantee that if any of those girls have gotten out by now, or if any of those girls are still in there, maybe they're treating somebody else better because of you. Maybe they are more understanding when they get out because of you. Maybe they have a clearer idea of what they want to be because of you. Like, all those things, that you could have inspired in just 49 days. You know what I mean? Like that in itself is a story. And I'm proud of you for your perseverance, your strength, your just your outlook and how you were able to just go in there and still be who you are. You didn't change one bit. So that's amazing.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
That is amazing. So yes, CC. I'm telling you, it's a lot of people. This would harden them. This would make them angry at the world, bitter, upset, right? And Lenore is out here, you know, as much as she can, giving y'all the rundown on what's going on in there so that we, as the people that have not been in there or been in that situation, have a better understanding that these are human beings. They get hungry. They are inventive, they're smart. To be able to create stromboli out of just the shit that they feed them in prison, that takes some
Oh,
engineering and some invention. And to make cakes out of Oreo cookies, that takes
and Snickers and
invention.
Twix. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That takes invention. And so, we a lot of times, and I say this about like TV shows like The Wire, where they show the human side of police and the human side of like these drug dealers, right? When you look at like humanizing people, when you humanize people, you make them more relatable. When you make them more relatable, then you don't fear them as much, or you don't label them as much. They're not criminals, they're human beings that made mistakes, and it takes kind of that experience and that storytelling and that relatability. And so I will say this to you, Lenore, that you are a mighty, mighty instrument. And you are like just more amazing than you even know that you are.
Oh, thank you, Native. I appreciate that.
you know I just and listen, I appreciate you, because Lord have mercy, when I found out, I was literally doing backflips, like, what the fuck is happening right now? Where is Lenore? This
Mm,
isn't supposed to happen. Why? I was flipping out. I was flipping all the way out. Like, I was like, oh shit. uh I was worried about you, and you came out, and you just came out and you told your story, and I was like, that's the Lenore that I know. That's the strength that I know. That's the strong side, that inner strength, the courageousness, you know what I'm saying? Because there were people that were telling you not to say anything, and you defied that and said, no, I'm gonna tell my story, I'm gonna live my truth, because by living my truth, other people can gain something from that. So that is just absolutely as admirable as it gets.
thank you, Native.
Don't be over there crying.
I'm not.
Crying on the Native Tribe show, okay?
I'm not crying.
Because Lord knows I ain't never cried on my show, okay?
Right.
Lord knows I ain't never broke down on my show, so you can't either, okay?
Me
All right.
either. I don't cry out here.
Ms. Mad About Music says, Native Tribe, Urban Media, you both have stories of things that you never thought would happen. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. you would have never convinced me October of 2024 that October of 2025 I would be less one toe. You would never ever. I would have been like, man, get the fuck out of here.
Right.
But here I am. You know what I mean? Here I am. So but I think that it's through these things that we're able to help people grow, as well as ourselves. Trust me, my situation, the situation, I think that when we talk about them, especially when we talk about them offline and we're just going back and forth with them, I think that the one thing that we encourage each other through is that you're still the same person. Like, this has not changed your person. This might have changed your where you live at. This might have changed where you sleep. This might have changed the way that you walk. You might not have the same stride that you have, but it doesn't change who you are on the inside. And I think that's the way that we kind of encourage each other through these things when we have these moments, because there are moments. And when we have these moments, this is how we help we push each other through these things.
Yeah.
So absolutely, um, that is the case.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
Now let me look at some of these super chats real quick. Let's see what we got. Okay. I got Only Me 23 has gifted one, count them, one Native Tribe. That membership was received by CC. CC is now a member. We now have a new member to the tribe. Now, CC, now I know you've been around here for a minute. I only got one rule and one rule only, and that is, if you are going to come in and put your feet up, take your shoes off first. Do not be like Shaby, who was completely disrespectful to my couches, okay? CC, welcome to the tribe. I appreciate you. Only Me 23 for helping me. All right. Miss Principal with the super chat says, back in the day, they used to take elementary school kids to 33rd Orlando's jail as a field trip. Worst field trip ever.
That's the point, I think. Not third grade though. Did you say 30? What year?
She said he used to take elementary school.
Elementary.
She said it was 33rd
Jeez.
was the name of the jail.
Is
Yeah.
that where it was? The Orange County jail? Is that yeah, it has to be because it's in Orlando. Yeah.
Wow.
I'll be honest though, that place was cleaner. Like I said, I felt safer just because it was a much more controlled environment. And with that said, on the flip side of that, there was more community that was happening in, you know, Ohio. But I felt like, I mean, every other day somebody's leaving and somebody else is coming in. You don't know who's gonna come in. You know what I mean? You
Mhm.
don't know what you're gonna have to deal with when a new person comes in. And as I mentioned, you're just locked up in this space, this very small, this confined space, and nobody's in there really watching you. So any fucking thing can go down in there. Um, so that's not safe. But it was, there's that. But over there in Orlando, the shit was cleaner. It was much more controlled. The folks were very fucking mean though. Those bitches that work in that environment, I did not meet one nice one. I never understood it. It was
Mhm.
they were mean for no fucking reason. Just mean, calling you just crazy mean. And they just treated you like trash. And then quite often be like, okay, now everybody, this is quiet time. You're not allowed to talk. You're not allowed to have tablets. You can't be on the phone. You can't watch TV. You can't do anything from like 4 to 7 every single day. And then, I mean, it was just really, I don't know. It was wild. I don't know. The whole thing is just wild. The people who were unfazed by it, or the people, like, there were a lot of girls that it just threw me off that a lot of these ladies in both places, it was like a
Mhm.
fucking slumber party. And I used to say to them, "This is the worst motherfucking slumber party ever." Like, I used to say it all the time. I was like, "What is wrong with y'all? This is the worst slumber party in life." But they would be laughing and talking and sharing drugs, and you know what I mean? It was just crazy, getting drunk, and just the shit they talked about. But sometimes, we had our moments, like I said with that girl. And and let me be clear. Like, yeah, I
Mhm.
cussed her out the day before because she pissed me off, and I honestly don't even remember what that was about. And I said, "Bitch, if you don't get the fuck out my face," like, I mean, she wasn't in my face, but I was just like, "If you get she was just being, I don't know, she just got on my nerves, and I think
Mhm.
I was reaching a limit. But the next day, she was talking about her child, that the person, basically a person who had touched her inappropriately, had been inappropriate with her. She was
Mhm.
mad at her mother for still having him in the house, but that's who had her youngest child, a little baby girl, and that is who she would talk to. She wouldn't even talk to her mother, but she would talk to him all the time. So on those visits, like
Mhm.
when Nesto is, on the phone and Tanya's meeting in person and that kind of thing. So in
Right.
those visits, they didn't have it where you come in person. You could actually have that visit from your house, right? So
Mhm.
this man is calling from his house, no shirt on, holding her baby who's not even a year old, right? And that's the man you said that was inappropriate with you. But you're
Oh my.
talking to him, but you're mad at your mom who is in the house with him, but you won't talk to her. And it was just weird. And then she had two other kids, and she said, "Well, when I get out, I don't want the middle child because I don't think he knows me. And so I don't think it matters," or something she said. And I was like, "What?" I mean, it was just different things I was hearing her say. So when I addressed her that next day, I'm hearing her tell her story, but and y'all may have picked this up about me or not, but when I tell you, as a trainer, I'm not, I don't, I, I can, I'm very compassionate. I'm very empathetic with people, but I'm also one that's going to tell you like it fucking is. And you may not like how I say it, but sometimes it's necessary in my mind to say it in this way. And so I had to address, I said, "Do you hear what you are saying?" And I literally like jumped into the conversation and I got with her. And this was not a private conversation. This was happening in front of, 20 other women, and they just sat there and they listened, because a few of them were saying some of the same shit I was saying, or trying to, help her understand that she's sounding crazy right now. And there were other women that, because they heard what I was saying to her, or they heard how I was addressing other folks. And that's the other thing, my mouth could have literally gotten me beat the fuck up. I mean, it really could have. But there was just certain things. I can't hear you say these things and not address it. And then in the same breath tell you you're beautiful. Like, I understand these things happen to you. But baby, that doesn't have to be your future. You're getting out of here in March. You're 23 years old. You have so much you can do. You know what I mean? So it was a lot of that was happening in there. And that's how that girl fell into my arms, And actually, she didn't even just fall in there. I saw her and I said, I said, it was clear no one had told her that they loved her. And I
Hmm.
said, it was clear that she never felt like she could be soft and in somebody's arms. So I got up, I went over to her. She started to cry and I grabbed her and I said, "You're beautiful. It's going to be okay. You have a second chance. You're getting out in March. It's You can get your babies back." I think she said she didn't want her babies because she felt that she couldn't. I think she felt that she wasn't worthy of them. I think she felt that she didn't have the tools to take care of them properly. And I just, I grabbed her and I held her and I said, "I know nobody's hugged you like this." And then that's when she just lost it. And then other girls are losing it. And then after that, there were women that did come to me and said, "Miss V, when you get out here, when I get out here, I really want your information. Can I, and the way they came and got me, that was God too, because the way they came and, I didn't know they were coming when they came to transport me. They don't tell you. They don't prepare you for multiple security reasons. So I had 5 minutes to grab my shit and to get out the
Hmm.
door. So I did not give my information to anybody. But
Hmm.
um there were women that like overheard some of these tough love conversations I was having. Like, I'm gonna hug you up, I'm gonna love on you, I'm gonna encourage you, but I'm also gonna tell you some shit. I'm gonna tell you the truth, whether you want to hear it or not, whether you like how I say it or not. And everybody doesn't receive it the same way, but it is what it is. I and again, um so when people say, "Do you think that's your ministry?" Yeah, I do. I've told people before, I've been a trainer all, for many years, for decades. I've been a trainer, a speaker. I knew that I was supposed to be a trainer, I knew that I was supposed to be a speaker, but it wasn't until I had my own personal experience with the justice system, and I got to know other people who had gone through much worse and who had done much worse and who had, other stories to tell. I found a level of compassion for them and empathy that I did not hold before that experience. Like, the honest truth is, I'm sure I was very, very judgmental about people who had criminal backgrounds to some degree.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm not, I'm just being honest. But then when
Hmm.
you get to know people and you're hearing their stories, and then you're like, "Oh my God, like, what other option did they fucking have?" Like, when you really listen to some of these
Hmm.
stories. So that's what really, when I started to do that work, that wasn't my full-time job working with people from that population, but quite often, in some of my roles, we've had clients that did, and that when I would participate in the opportunity to encourage and train those folks, that's when I felt most fulfilled. So I said, "Wow, God was getting me ready for this, and did God want me to break the law? Absolutely not. But I do believe that He knew I would, and He still had purpose for my life." So,
Hmm.
I didn't know it was going to be like that. I didn't know that that's how it was going to happen, but Yes, I do believe that that is a ministry. That is something I want to do more of. And yeah, so that, yeah.
That's awesome. That is so awesome. Um, on Quincy Jones, one of my favorite Quincy Jones songs is "The Places You Find Love," right? And the song is just like it sounds. He's describing the song is describing all the places that you will find love that you never thought to look for love.
Hmm.
And I think that it's a very poignant song, and I think that it's an appropriate song for you because you were able to like the people that you gave that love to, that understanding to, that compassion to, they didn't expect to find it in that place where you were, and there you were. So yes, definitely there was a purpose there. So and again, it just makes it all the more amazing, what you went through, because again, those 49 days away, they were not for you. They were
It
not for
changed
you.
my life, though. It really did. I mean, look, I totally am in another space,
Mhm,
physically, mentally, and everything because of it. And honestly, I still haven't truly unpacked it. Like, I do most of the unpacking of that experience out here whenever I bring it up out here. And
mhm,
like I said, when I came home, within a couple of weeks, I reconnected with
mhm,
somebody, and because they were losing their mother at the time, I shifted all of my attention to them, right?
mhm, mhm,
And because it was all about them, and it was what they were going through, and it was about supporting them. And in some ways I elected to do that, I'm sure, because I didn't want to unpack it, to
mhm,
be quite honest. I didn't want to. So, now that I didn't, when I stopped dealing with that person, then the rawness all came back, to be quite honest. I'm dealing with a breakup, and then now I'm literally, I've relocated in a space where, I know a handful of people here. Um, you know or people that I would consider family or friends. It's just a handful of them, and I don't even really make a point to go see anybody, to be quite honest. So I'm because of the isolation, now it's starting to hit me again. Like, now I know I got to get the therapy. I know I need to deal with it.
mhm.
I know it needs to happen, but
Yeah, yeah. And I feel like take your time, breathe. Do what you need to do for you. Do what's comfortable for you. You know, I think that one of the things that you told me was listen to your body, native. Listen to your body. Don't do it. You have the right to feel like you want to feel. You told me that, right? And I'm gonna tell you the same thing. You have the right to feel all of the feelings that you are feeling, and you have the right to deal with them in the way that you want to deal with them in the time frame that it takes for you to deal with it, whatever is comfortable for you, you know. So the same way that you was telling me not to walk too much when I told you I was going to be able to walk, I'm going to tell you don't put too much on yourself as far as, getting through this, because it is a process. It is a process. And I think I told you, I want you for the season, not just for the game.
yeah, yeah,
The season is more important than one game. You know what I mean? So do what you need to do. But either way, and I'm not just speaking for myself. I know this because I've been reading these comments. I'm not the only one here tonight that is proud of you. Okay, I am reading these comments, and you have a group of people, a virtual audience of family, right? That cares about you, that supports you, that loves you, that is proud of you, and that wants to see you do more of what you have already done, and that is just amazing. So, so I'm proud of you. Regardless, I am so proud to know you, and so blessed to be. Um, in your shadow. They say that if somebody's favored, then all you have to do is just be in their shadow. You don't even have to be near them. You don't even have to be close to them. Just be in their shadow, and that favor will fall on you too. So I'm blessed just to be in your shadow. because you are indeed favored.
Native. You're not in anybody's shadow.
What you thought I was?
Thank you.
You thought I was a gangster all the time? I ain't a gangster all the time.
You a motherfucking gangster too.
I ain't a motherfucking gangster all the time. Okay, I mean, sometimes I have a moment of clarity. Okay, I ain't cussing everybody out all the time. Sometimes I have a moment of clarity. Okay, all right. I ain't afraid to show it. Okay, all right. But
Mhm.
we love you, V Lenore. We do. We love you.
I
We
love
love
you
you.
too.
We love you a lot. And it's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. And I think that the one thing for me personally is that I look beyond where you are right now and I see where you're going, and that's what makes me the proudest. It's not where you are currently, right? Because currently, situations is all over the place. But honestly, it's where you're going that makes me the proudest.
Shit. If you say so, okay.
And
I'm
I
a
do say so. And I do. I do indeed.
yeah. Ever.
I do indeed. Lexi the Law Nurse says, I've had some days where the only reason I've laughed is because I watched a V Lenore live.
Who said that?
Lexi the Law Nerd.
What did she? Wait, I'm sorry. What did she say? Wait.
She said, I've had some days where the only reason I've laughed is because I watched
Oh, Lexi.
V has
That's my
gotten
baby.
us
I
through
love her
some
so much.
V has gotten us through some dark days and didn't even know it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's very
Yeah.
sweet.
It's the impact that you don't know that you make that is most of the time the most powerful. It's the people that you don't know that you're touching, that is often the most powerful. And you are that powerful person. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. In the meantime, I'm gonna read a few more of these.
Mm-hmm.
PC Lively, thank you so much for the super sticker. I do appreciate that. JD has become a member. Thank you so much, JD, for joining the chat. That dude oh 06 says, I didn't even know crack was still around. Yeah.
She was like, I can't wait to get out of here. I was like, what?
I got some rocks waiting on me right now.
The fuck? What? Oh, that shit was warning me. I was like, I ain't never met a crackhead. Like, wait a minute. Well, I take that back. There was one girl. This was this is wild. This was about oh shit. This was 20 years ago, and even then, I mean, crack was this was in the early 2000s. I put it this way.
Mhm.
I met this lady. Now, mind you, she is like she's very educated. Um, very smart. Her mother was her mother she was from Canton, Ohio, and her mother was like the head of a nonprofit or something in Canton. Her cousin was Eric Snow, basketball player. You know him?
Mhm. Yep. Yep.
Okay, she
Mhm.
was Eric Snow, and she was a part of that foundation, whatever. So anyway, so I met her because I had gotten involved with well, I thought I was going to go work for Dale Carnegie, that organization. I didn't know it was really kind of going to be like a commission based thing, and I didn't realize it at the time. But she had been working with Dale Carnegie, that the business, and
Mhm.
so we got to know each other, and we remained cool. So once we got even cooler, we were talking about something, and she mentioned that this was the first time I ever had a conversation with a person that I knew that was honestly just telling me that they would do, cocaine, you know,
Mhm.
um, had done it. Not that she was doing it then, but she said there was a group of friends of hers that, they would get down, they, all chip in and they would get some and then they would use, and I was like, oh my God, what? Like I was like really amazed at that, right? So then she's talking and she's like, but sometimes she's like, maybe we didn't have enough money. So, we might have to get, some crack. I was like, what? I was like, you were smoking crack? She's like, yeah, sometimes it was cheaper. And, not it, sometimes it was cheaper. Like sometimes we just couldn't afford to get the powder, so we got the rock. I said, what? Now the other thing that threw me off about it was because again, I only know this shit from movies.
Right.
And she was a heavier girl. She wasn't no small lady. She was a
Right.
big lady. Not like, oh, well, I mean, she was obese in the sense of like on the chart, she's obese, but she
Right.
wasn't like, huge, but she still wasn't skinny. And in my mind, I was like, what? She was like, yeah, just on the weekends. I was like, but I thought, because in my thought was too, like, you try it, then you're addicted forever. That was the way I was
Sure.
thinking about the whole
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
So she was like, nah, just for the weekend, she's like, you don't get no sleep. But I was like, what is going on? So the next time I even have a conversation is 20 years later with this 60-year-old woman, basically, who's in there eating trays upon trays of food. Like it was just crazy how much food she was taking and eating and keeping to herself. And then to find out she was smoking crack and was couldn't wait to get out so she can get some more. I was like, get the fuck out of here. This is wild. Wild. So yeah. I've been more sheltered than people even want to expect. I mean, want to believe, but none of this shit was reality for me. All this shit was weird. But yeah, child. Yeah.
Wow.
It's still around, evidently. Okay.
Wow.
And she knows where to find it. Okay.
Yeah. 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 She gonna go straight to the rock. Do not pass go. Go straight to the rock. Yeah. That's what she going. She sounded defiant. I told the judge and everything. I'm gonna go smoke
Pretty
crack.
much. And I think too that I think that's why we were taught one of the things we were talking about, because when it came up about her having toys in the car and she would just be in the car jacking off. I said, who's jacking off in cars? Like you couldn't do it at the house, which then started making me think, well, maybe she was living in her car or something. But I would think if I was homeless, trying to jack off would be the last thing on my mind. But I don't know. The fuck? I mean, I guess you got relief stress some kind of way, I guess, but that would be the last thing on my damn mind. You hear me?
Oh God.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, because Lord knows them batteries could be used for something else.
Hello?
I'm just saying.
Or the
Something else.
money to buy the batteries. Like,
Right.
shit. I could see you get more rock than to be trying to jack off. Like, what the fuck is going on here? I don't even understand what we talking about.
How much how much can I get for these batteries?
Oh my God.
How
Jesus.
much is one rib? Um Make it rain NYC. Thank you so much for the super chat. She says, for always keeping it real. Someone needed to hear this. And I agree wholeheartedly. Make it rain. Somebody needed to hear this. Somebody tonight. Somebody was blessed tonight. And, we may never know who it is. We may never know who it was. But I truly believe that. Make it rain. When we out here on this public forum that called the internet and we say things and we do things, we don't know who we're inspiring. We don't know who we are, whose life we're changing. We don't know who we're helping make a decision. You know what I mean? Like some people, they're like, I don't know which way to go. And we don't know, they might not even be subscribers. This might be the first time they heard of Native Tribe, first time they heard of Lenore. But that first time can often, lead to, a lot of different things. I know people have come to me and told me I've helped them through a lot of stuff. And I'm like, for real? Like really? And it's like heavy stuff. And I'm like, oh wow. So I learned a long time ago that you just never know when you send that energy out, when you send those words out, you just don't never know who is going to touch. So absolutely make it rain, NYC. Thank you so much for the super chat. That dude oh 06 says, V, you're strong and bigger than a less than favorable experience. You left a positive on those women that will carry them. And I believe that wholeheartedly. I really, really do. And V, I think you understand that as well.
I do on some level. I do. I do. And I appreciate that. And I appreciated being used in that way. I did. Um I did. I just felt like, surely God, you had another way of, allow me to come in here and minister to these people. I could have just volunteered my time. Like I ain't really had to be locked up, sir. But okay, this way you wanted it to go down. Alrighty then.
Right.
17 years after the crime. Okay. Alrighty then, Lord. But that whole experience shifted everything for me. Everything. My whole life got changed around after that. And I'm sure that I probably would not be here now if it was not for that situation.
Mm,
That situation left me so fucked up. I mean, again, I could have, my job, they were very cool about, like, you can come back, just, let us know when you're ready to come back. You can come back. But I knew I needed time. I knew I was not going to be good for anybody until I got some therapy. And then when, me and my dude got back together, and I thought, okay, well, this is my therapy, which is not a good idea, which is not the way that was
mhm,
supposed to go. But
right.
I made him my therapy. I made, not worrying about me, not thinking about what I just been through, and just kind of, focusing on this relationship, because now he's opening up in a way he hadn't before. So I'm thinking, oh, this is my therapy. This is my therapy. I'm just gonna focus on him and love on him, and accept the fact that he's loving on me finally in a way in which you know, I deserve to be loved on, so I thought. And then I just, it was an escape. So, and then my son is like, you need to come here, you need to come here. No, come here. And I was like, wait, what's wrong with him? He want me to come here. He want me to come to California. So I was like, okay, well, Lord, all right, I'm gonna go to California, and I'm gonna, focus on this man, and I guess we're gonna figure out what we gonna do, whatever. And so I'm here. I didn't go back to that job, and I didn't, I moved out my place, and now I've moved out of state. And now, everything's, I'm starting all the way over again now. Would all of that have transpired had it not been for that situation? Probably not. Probably not at all, to be quite
Mm.
honest. So, I'm guessing that must be why I'm here now. But I do believe that there were moments where, I mean, I don't even have to believe it that these ladies told me that, they told me that. I don't know. I just still felt like, God, there was surely another way you could have done this.
Yeah. But if that had been the case, though, we would not have gotten the great crack story. That is a great crack story. I'm sorry.
You
But
smoke crack?
it was a great crack story. I mean, that
Like,
was great.
what? I could not believe I've been talking, and honestly, like I said, I've been talking to this lady for like 2 weeks. So I mean, which felt like 2 years in there. It's like, oh, this is my old friend. And then all of a
Mhm.
sudden she just said, yeah, child, I can't wait to get out of here. I said, what? It's wild. And to be honest, I never talked to her the same way again. I never saw her the same way again. It was everything changed. I said, what the
Wait, wait, how did you talk to her
I,
afterwards?
after that, I was like, I just didn't talk to her as often. I mean, we were ate together, and she was always begging for food though. It got annoying.
So after you find out she smoked crack, you're like, hey girl.
Yeah, I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I'm turning the
Yeah.
other way. It was just different. Now, mind you, we all in the same room. It's a small ass space, okay? But you would have thought she was on the other side of town. child, I was like, wow, this is not my tribe. Okay.
Hey, girl.
Yeah.
I could understand that. I could understand that. Like, it's kind of like when you find out that your friends steal, right?
Right.
You can't, and now you can't go as many places, if any place, with this person because you didn't know they stole before, and you like, wait, you steal? Yeah, man, I steal all the time,
Wait,
nigga.
what
What?
the
But
hell?
yeah, it's the same thing. It's like, you don't look at them the same way. So I can only imagine that was jarring to your budding relationship.
Shit. Shit.
Oh man, Wayne, don't complain. Says I'm just getting here. Who's the crackhead, Sonya again? No, Wayne, it's not Sonya this time.
Wayne, change that fucking name again because he was in the damn comment section last night talking about, oh Lord V, what did you say, fool? Talking about oh, I'm glad it's on the replay. You just keep stopping this video. Nigga, he almost got cussed out the first time. I meant to respond and say, shut the fuck up, Wayne. Wayne just like to get cussed out. That's all. He
Uh,
just want
uh,
to get cussed out. Some
uh,
people like, to be beat.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a fan of getting cussed out myself personally, but to each his own. Wayne, if that's your thing, then you got the right one. You got the right
Right.
one because V got a track record. V got a track record. Yes, indeed. Yes,
He
indeed.
said Team Gray in the house. He said Wayne cannot get a membership to save his fucking life. Okay. People was giving all kinds of memberships the other night. This shit was popping all around his ass. He could not get a damn membership to save his fucking life.
Damn,
Mm-mm.
damn,
You
man.
talking about Team Gray? That's all right. Team Gray.
Damn. Well,
Shit.
This didn't go as planned, V.
No, I guess it didn't. I've
But it
been
was still.
saying the last day and a half. It's been a rough couple of days. Um, so I'm glad it kinda. I'm glad we didn't have to read. I didn't know how I was gonna read this shit,
I mean,
especially.
you was moaning and groaning pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. You was moaning and groaning. That's how she sound.
Mm, mm. Shit.
Did you hear Nesto making fun of her on that last call? Oh, that was hilarious.
No, when what
At
part?
the end, when he was like, "Yeah, you just old high old player," and he's like, "Here you go." I was like, "Oh my god,
She
oh my
think
god."
her shit be sexy. She thinks she's so sexy. She think it's weird. I think it's the thing that she thinks is sexy that's weird. And then anybody who tries to be sexy, that shit always looks weird to me too.
Yeah, yeah,
Sexy
yeah.
should just be who you are.
Right, 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 right. No, look, I live in Atlanta. You think I don't see that shit every day? Like, right? It's just like, nah, that ain't working. Uh-uh. You look silly. Stop walking like that. Stop. Mm-mm.
Stop doing that. Stop dressing like that. Like,
Right.
all this revealing stuff. Like I always felt the sexiest, like one of my go-to outfits is as a teenager, up into my 20s, a lot of times was just, a turtleneck, a black turtleneck and some jeans and some
Mm,
funky ass boots. And I felt very sexy.
mm,
And I'm not trying to be sexy, but I'm just gonna be me, and it's either going to resonate with you or it's not. You know what I
mhm.
mean? Like I don't have to show my body for to feel sexy or I would think to be considered sexy. So you
You,
just
you
have to
know
be.
what's crazy? What's crazy? If I was to consider something that I do to make myself sexy, number one, I smell good as hell. Okay, that's the first thing. But then the
Mhm,
second thing is anytime, I don't care what I have on, if I go out and I have my cameras with me,
mhm.
it's like there's this air of mystery, like who is he shooting for? Oh, what is he doing? Is he a professional? Like it's like all like I get like all this, and I didn't realize it for a long time, right?
Mhm.
Until I started going to more like Piedmont Park and places like this where people would strike up conversations, and me, I'm kind of obtuse sometimes, and I'm like, why are they talking to me? Then I realized, wait,
Mhm.
oh, because I have two cameras strapped on me.
Mhm.
Oh, you like the cameras. Oh, okay. So the cameras, for whatever reason, like are very magnetic when I go out places. Like it don't matter what else I got on. Like it don't matter. Like sometimes I just be in some shorts and a t-shirt and some Nikes, and I'm just out there taking pictures, not really thinking about it. Like it's not like I'm not like you said. It's not an effort thing. It's not like, oh, let me try to do. No, I'm just out here being me.
Mhm.
And when I'm out there with my cameras, that's when I like, like, oh, what does he do? Oh, and people be like, and somebody actually yelled at me. They were yelling because of how far they were away from me, and they had passed by me, and they were like, "Now don't be turning around and taking pictures of our butt." And I'm like, "Huh?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait,
Uh-uh.
what? People do that? What?" I was
No,
like,
that was like, "Hint, hint, take a picture of my butt." That's what
right,
that was.
exactly. That's what, that's what it was. I was like, because
No, don't now don't
I
be
didn't
over
even
here
see it.
trying to take a picture of my butt as I tooted,
Right,
okay?
right.
As I start twerking.
Yeah, I
But
look. By the time I turned around and saw him, I was like, "Oh no, I wasn't doing that." Then I thought about it. Wait, why would she say that? And then it took a minute. Sometimes I'm slow. It took a minute for that to register. So,
speaking of that call, last night, and speaking of cameras, um, so when you told me about that call and about the silver fox and all of that
mhm,
shit, you didn't
mhm.
tell me that she said the 2 of them were in her inbox,
Oh, I didn't say that.
or that she was going on to suggest that, uh, that they're gay because they're out and about taking
Yeah,
pictures.
they
Like,
take pictures. Yeah,
something's wrong with her.
yeah. Because what did Nesto do? What is Nesto? What was Nesto's Instagram full of?
Right, weird ass pictures of himself.
Right.
So, I don't understand. He had no followers. He was making no money doing it. And the fact that she thinks that they're just out here taking pictures and there's no business associated around all of that. Now, I think initially they may have taken a picture, but because they became popular, there it became an opportunity. They were able
Yeah.
to monetize off of it. They didn't plan. I don't think they planned it initially, but
No.
guess what it did for them? So you mean to tell me they just happened to be at the Essence Fest? All of them just got
Mhm.
together and they went there together. Then Black but not bitter says they're gonna be on the cruise, on the Tom Jordan Morning Show cruise. That she just Sonya says they're out here and they're taking pictures in the street. Like, girl, you're so weird. Do you not understand that? I mean, why is it okay for? Do you know how many men are on Instagram in particular? I'm just using Instagram.
Mhm.
There are a lot of men out here who are on video, not
Mhm.
saying a word,
Mhm.
literally just looking in the camera for what, 2 to 3 minutes for those
Right.
short clips, and they're
Right.
getting paid. They're getting paid. They may not say a word. You just see them driving, music's playing in the background, they smile, they wink, and it's over. These
Yep.
people are getting money. So are
Yep.
you really crazy enough to believe that they are just showing up at events and they're taking pictures and people are taking pictures with them and they're not getting paid to be there?
Yeah.
She can't be dumb, is she?
What really got me was when she was like, and they're trying to pretend like they don't know the camera's following them, and I'm like, wait, Lamont followed Nesto around with a camera, dummy.
Oh, I
Are
didn't know
you?
that. That's
Oh
who
yeah,
was taking the pictures of
that,
Nesto?
that is who. When Nesto jumped in that pool like he was 8 years old,
Pool or puddle?
that puddle of water when he was eight, that was Lamont.
When he
When
did his dance, the other one when he did his little dance?
Yes, that's Lamont. When he was washing his hands. Now, see, I'm washing my hand. I'm gonna get to the money. See, you don't know how to get to the money. So you sitting up there talking about, oh, I don't know how to get to the money. I gotta pay my bill. Well, I'm gonna try to get to the money. So you pay bill. That's Lamont on the
Oh
camera. Okay.
my god. How'd you
Yeah.
find that out? That I mean, obviously it was in a I'm guessing it was in a call. But what?
Yeah, that's Lamont. Lamont was behind the camera. Hmm. Yep. But
Wild.
listen, but my whole thing is that okay, so basically everything that you accuse them of being homosexual or metrosexual, Nesto did the same shit. So what's the difference? Nesto's in jail. That's the
That's right.
difference.
I mean, you stalked this nigga's page. You
Hmm.
over here talking, but then you go from saying, I don't know about that, nah, nah, nah," but you could hang with him.
Hmm.
You could be an actor. The fuck?
Hmm.
Don't you have to be able to read?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I think you need to be able to read, unless you are Raven Simone playing Olivia at the age of 3. You got to know how to read. See, he
Looks
ain't even as smart as Olivia was at the age of 3. Okay, where
looks
she
up
didn't have
at
a damn script, huh?
looks up at camera. You are going to pay me my money, or else there are going to be consequences. Some consequences. And looks down at the floor knowingly, and then looks back up.
Yeah.
I said, "You gonna pay me my money today?"
Mhm.
That part.
Mhm.
Like that's the audition. That's the audition, Villanore, and
Yeah, he
that's the
couldn't
best
read the
he gonna
blocking
do.
and not do follow the blocking.
Looks down at gun, picks gun up. Okay, now do you see that I am not playing with you and that I mean businesses? Do you under, do you see that
Right.
I am not playing with you today? You are going to get me my money. Looks down, looks back
Mhm.
up, looks around to see if anyone is watching.
Mhm.
Fuck
Exactly.
the fuck.
She sound crazy as hell. But I mean, but at the same time, she's still just doubling down on the very thing that she just said that was crazy, and then turns around and says, "But you could hang with him. But you could do this. But you fine. But you, I don't understand."
Yeah, I didn't understand that at all, and and I couldn't figure out, do you like them or do you not like them? Because one minute they fine, oh they look good, they dress their ass off,
Yeah.
but then because they take pictures that they suspect.
But how let's really get into it. 2 of them were in her DMs, and how and why did that happen? How is that even possible? First of all, I don't believe it. But let's say 2 were in her DMs. They responded to her because ain't no fucking way they found her ass and was like, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." And 2 of them
Hold
wanted
on,
to talk to Sonya.
let me give you the visual. This is the visual I gave the people last night of who these dudes are. Okay,
Yeah.
now these
And this
brothers,
isn't even the best picture, to be quite honest.
right? No, I know. This is just something I grabbed, right?
Mhm.
And just to give kind of an idea, and I was saying that the hats that they wear, like there's a couple hat shops in the Ponce City Market, and I found out that these hats are not like go to Walmart and pick up a hat type hats. These are either custom for their head size, and they generally run anywhere between $450 to $700, some more than that, right? And
Mhm.
I'm like, okay, so these dudes have to be successful. They have to be entrepreneurs. And then come to find out, boom, they are entrepreneurs. They're successful. They are motivational speakers. They do a lot of different things.
Mhm.
Nesto can't do none of that shit. Nesto cannot hang with these dudes for that purpose. These people are not predators. They are actually trying to help and inspire and do different things. Now, yeah, they might dress a certain way or whatever, but these dudes are positive parts of the community. And that's the reason why Nesto cannot hang with these brothers here. Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. But damn sure don't believe that they was in her fucking inbox.
That's my point. That was the bigger point. The bigger point was
Like, her inbox? Are you serious right now?
the bigger point is that you mean to tell me, hold on, let me show it one more time. That one of these dudes, one of them,
No,
okay,
2 of them.
two, okay, two of these dudes right here, right?
Mhm.
Successful, positive, entrepreneurs doing things, got their own whatever. I don't know what these brothers do, but you can tell they do something. You can tell that they're not deaf by deceiving people. You can tell that they are not out there touching folks that ain't supposed to be touched. These brothers are bringing something to the table. And two of these dudes, two of them, reached out to Sonya.
But and let's be clear, there's 2 things that stood out to me about what she said. First of all, 2 of them found her. My thought is with the amount of eyes that these brothers now have on them, at this
Right.
point.
Right.
You mean to tell me if they were looking for a woman that they wanted to entertain, or they were, they're gonna go and they're not gonna go to the big booty girl over here with the fly ass body and they're not gonna go to the lady that doesn't wear ponytails that every day all day for juveniles. They're not that they wanted her. They wanted her. That's the
And they were
first.
on a dating site.
Oh, that's what she said, that they were on the dating site?
Yeah, one of the dating sites was black. None of these niggas would be on black. Black is
No,
like
I
an
thought she
adult
said that there was a dude that was on Black that she was talking to, and that's who she was having a date with on the weekend, I thought.
what she said that the dude from Black had just got on with them.
Oh, okay. Well, there was that was one thing she said. Oh shit, and I just thought about what was the other one?
Wayne, they begged
Uh
Wayne, hold on, Wayne, they begged you? They was begging Wayne? Wayne
Sylvia
said that
likes to beg
Wayne
me.
said they begged him.
Boy, goodbye.
Wayne
Um, but there was something else she said that stood out to me. And then the other thing she said was that, well, two of them are married, and one got they got a beautiful wife and kids, and bitch, how do you know this? I don't know. I know who they are if I see them. I don't know shit about any one of these niggas individually. The only way you could know that is if you were digging in their fucking life, which is what you do. So you're not interested in them, but you interested in them. I mean, the thing is, she reached out to these motherfuckers, and two of them might have responded back to her ass. And because she didn't get the attention she wanted, she now they got to be gay. That's how she does. Krail got to be gay. Gay. Everybody gay that don't want Sonya's weird ass.
You know what was funny though? So this is my and I told this story yesterday. But so the first time I actually knew who they were, or well, yeah, who they were, kind of. There was this guy when I used to work at the Pont City Market, and I would walk across the street to Whole Foods. I would go over there to get some lunch or whatever, and there would be a guy on like Thursday nights, Friday nights, it's either the weekends, right?
Mhm.
And he was one of these guys. He had the silver beard. He had on some glasses and hat. So he wasn't all the way in the suit because it was a little hot. So he wasn't all the way suited up, but he was dressed, in some clothes that looked like they came from somewhere that cost a lot of money, right? So he was
Mhm.
dressed, he'd be out there, and all that guy was doing was just he had a glass of wine, and he was sitting there with his glass of wine. And he would just be drinking his wine. He had a cigar. Do you know that from the time I would walk past him, because he was sitting outside, I would walk past him to go into Whole Foods, there would be women that would be stopping to talk to him, and women that would just be, and I'm like, okay, so I would go into Whole Foods, get my food, come back out. There were a different set of women around him. Like, and I'm
Uh-uh.
thinking to myself, like, when Sonya's telling this story, these guys are not the let me get on a dating site kind of guys. These guys literally in Atlanta could just sit outside and just be chilling. And these women are starting conversations with them. So I think it's kind of ridiculous to think that they are just in her quote unquote inbox trying to get with her. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Let me tell you when I first saw them, because I had to. I just remembered today. I was like, because I said last night, I'm pretty sure it was around the pandemic, and it was. And I'm gonna tell you what I remember most specifically, because they
Mhm,
weren't the only group of guys that were doing this during the pandemic. There
mhm,
was a whole lot of, we were protesting. There were a
mhm,
lot of things that were happening, and at a lot of cities around the country there were, if y'all remember, there was like, okay, we're gonna have the Black Men March on
mhm.
this Sunday or this Saturday, and then
Yep.
on this week it was gonna be the Black women we out here marching and that kind of thing, right? This is during the pandemic. Well, when the Black men came out in particular, I remember that it was almost like a memo went out. And I know this was how it was, at least in Columbus. A memo went out and they were like, okay, when you come, you be dressed to the nines. Like it was like, we're going to represent. When they used to march back in the 60s and for the civil rights movement, they
Mhm.
came out looking good. They came out in suits. you know, whether they were just, citizens that were following Dr. King, Medgar Evers, whoever it was they were following, and they were coming out here to represent. They came out, those ladies, they had on their skirts and their dresses, and the men had on suits. Dr. King, I never saw him in a sweatshirt. Okay. I ain't never seen Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in a sweatshirt. They came out dressed to the nines. And so that was how we were supposed to be coming out to represent. And I
Mhm.
remember when the men came out, they all had their hats and their colorful suits, and not colorful like Steve Harvey colorful, but I mean, like they came out, they were dressed to the fucking nines, and they were always, I know at least in my city, they would be in front of City Hall, not City Hall, but the state capitol, and they would take pictures right on the steps of
Mhm.
the Capitol, and you see hundreds of black men dressed to the nines representing. And
Mhm.
and so we saw a lot of that, and that's when I wanna say is around the same time I started seeing these guys, and they
Mhm.
started getting some real notoriety. So, signs sound crazy, you know?
Mhm. Absolutely.
I got red flags. They just out here taking pictures. That's what girls do. But Nesto's bitch ass was constantly trying to take pictures, and he was not even half as smooth as these niggas. I told y'all, Nesto is fine as long as he's taking a picture in a still shot. But if this nigga is upstanding, walking, moving, talking, it's over. It is over. And that's that on that.
Ooh, I'm about to die when you said that that boy got a country walk.
His walk is country. The way he turned around, that one video where he's standing there and it's like, okay, turn around. I mean, that's not what you don't hear anyone say that, but it's kind of like he says action and then he just turns around with his arms out looking all weird when he's
Yeah.
supposed to be getting like tailored, or it's like he's being fitted for a jacket or something like that. It was given. And he looks so fucking weird. The way he turned around, it was like, I didn't understand it. And then, that whole jumping in the puddle, that whole "this my dance," that whole everything about this nigga is country and weird. But Tanya wants us to believe he can hang with these motherfuckers.
This is my dance. This is my dance for the haters.
Oh my god, it's my dance for the haters. The fuck?
This is my dance for the haters. Yeah. I'm just gonna flap my fingers behind me.
I mean, it was weird on one leg hop. What is that? I said, is that a thing? Is that a
oh,
dance?
oh my god. No, it absolutely is not. I don't know where he came up with that bullshit from. Oh my god. No.
Mm-mm.
Mm. Well,
Uh-uh. Go ahead.
we do have a super chat.
Mhm.
It is from that dude oh 06. That dude oh 06 said, "Not gay because why turn down a zesty dude?"
Right, right. You'd be gay if you liked her ass. I mean, so weird.
Oh man, I tell you
Mm-mm.
what, Lenore, we have been out here for about right at 3.5 hours, and we did not do what we set to accomplish. We read
So on
exactly one.
August 13th.
We read one text. Okay, that is a new record for us. Okay, that is a new record for us. I remember one time we read like 3, 4 texts before we went off into some other direction. One text is a record. That is an absolute record. So
My
we
bad.
no, no, no. Listen, no, listen. We didn't do what we set to do, yet we accomplished a lot. I'll say that. This was an excellent live. I feel like a lot of people got a lot out of this live. People stuck with us. People ain't leave us. They stayed. So we did some good here. We did some good. I feel like
Black but not bitter said like he's walking down a dirt road.
that's
Child, like
exactly.
that red clay roads in Georgia in particular, honey, because I told you my dad's family is from the country, like for real. And all them damn roads is red clay roads, child. Trying to get to the church from the house was
Yeah.
like You got all the first of all, they didn't have streets. You either lived on the highway, as they called it, or you lived in one of them damn off them damn red clay roads. And them cars stayed filthy. Them tires stayed fucked up behind them damn that red clay dirt. So I say all that to say that's what he looked like. He walking around in the down the red clay road because he's from Augusta. And
Hmm.
my family, my dad's family was like 45 minutes from Augusta. Augusta is the big city.
Hmm.
So yeah. Yeah.
Um, Black but not bitter. This is for you.
Aha!
Mm-mm,
Aha!
mm-mm. Right there, that guy right there, that's one of his best friends.
One of who best friends?
Eddie Murphy's.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You
That's
ain't
one of
get you ain't get stabbed by Martin Luther the King. Yeah, that
yeah.
yeah, that dude. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
It's one of his best friends. I know that from those days of calling Saturday Night Live. Anyway,
All all right, yeah. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. That story gets a little disturbing. Uh,
you what was that picture? Oh, he and Native and I were talking a few days ago, and we got in this whole subject about uh the old Ebony and Life
mm,
magazines, and he was talking about the covers, the Ebony covers, and he says he has like a coffee table book, if you will, that's full of all of the covers from
it's
the Ebony
beautiful.
magazines over the years.
A beautiful book. Yeah,
And he sent me, a few snapshots of some of the best covers, of course, the ones with Diana Ross and Michael Jackson and the Jacksons and yeah, just several, right? And then he sent one of Eddie Murphy. And I said, this is the one, I had this picture, I had this cover on the back of my door in my bedroom because, I wasn't allowed to have pictures on the wall, but I could put them on my door. And so that was one of many, but that was the biggest picture I had on the door until he did was it Rolling Stone magazine? Yeah, until he did Rolling Stone. So both of those pictures are on the back of my door. I was like, I had this picture in the back of my door. He was like, "Oh God."
yeah, yeah, yeah. Eddie Murphy. You and my sister. My oldest sister loved Eddie Murphy, and she loved Mr. T for some reason. Cannot
Oh
figure
my.
that. Yeah, I don't know what the Mr. T shit was, but she was in love.
Romantically, like had a
She was
crush
in
on
love with Mr. T. Yes. Eddie Murphy and Mr. T was the weirdest shit ever. Like, I'm like, I don't understand either, but Mr. T, I pity the fool. Like, what the fuck?
him.
Like I remember when Mr. T was in Rocky. Come here, woman. I'm gonna show you what a real man is. Like, what is he sexually harassing Rocky's wife? Like, what the hell just happened?
So aggressive. It was that damn hair for me. That hair back then, that was very odd. Nobody had the hair like that.
Yeah,
Eventually, it became a thing, but man, he all them chains and that hair, and I mean, he just it was funny. But I want to say Rocky is how we met him, right?
I
Did people
believe
know
so.
before Rocky?
I don't know. I don't know where Mr. T came from, but he just appeared, and we were just in awe. And then he
Mm.
started wrestling, and he became Hulk Hogan's partner. He replaced Junkyard Dog because y'all remember Junkyard Dog was the assigned black person to Hulk Hogan in the '80s. And then Mr. T came along, and it was like, well, move over, Junkyard Dog. There's Mr. T. He's a TV star, and
I
so
don't remember anybody other than I mean, not really. Junkyard Dog, that sounds familiar. I'd have to see his picture. But Tony Atlas. That was
uh,
big. You remember Tony Atlas, right?
I do remember Tony Atlas, yeah,
That was
but
the first black guy I knew that was in the WWE, that is. Obviously black men had been wrestling for years,
yeah, yeah.
but you know.
As a child of the '80s, Junkyard Dog, who by the way is from Louisiana, I think he's from New Orleans.
Oh, for real? Mm,
Yeah, he was the. I'm gonna tell you what Junkyard Dog did for me. Junkyard Dog introduced me to Queen because Junkyard Dog came out to Another One Bites the Dust. And
mm.
for whatever reason, my dad thought that was hilarious that he came out to Another One Bites the Dust. But that was like when Junkyard Dog would come out, doom, 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 da-dum, dum, dum, da-dum. I'm like, what song is this? I had never heard of Queen
Oh my
until
God, are you serious?
I am so serious. That is the
That was
first
the
time I ever
jam.
heard Queen was when Junkyard Dog would come to the ring to Another One Bites the Dust. And I
I
was
didn't know
like,
they were white for a long time. I didn't know Queen was white because I did. I mean, that was the first song I knew of Queen. So I hadn't followed Queen before that or anything. I loved Another One Bites the Dust. And so it was funny when I finally saw them, I was like, wait, what? They white?
yeah, yeah,
That was
yeah.
the jam.
I didn't even know Another One Bites the Dust had lyrics until later. Like, because he would
Uh-uh.
come to the ring, you couldn't hear nothing but dum, dum, dum. Another one bites the dust, and that's all we knew. Like, I ain't know what none of the world. Got everything we gonna get out now. I ain't know none of that. I
Uh-uh.
just I
And
just knew.
get to
Yeah,
yeah, that was a
yeah,
jam.
yeah. He would come out, and so that was like my introduction to Queen. So it was like, I would watch Junkyard Dog, and he was like the first black person that I remember watching and rooting for in wrestling. Then others came along, but Junkyard Dog was first. Then Mr. T came along, and the WWF decided, hey, we like this guy better than this guy, so they replaced Junkyard. They replaced him with Mr. T, and that's who Hulk Hogan started wrestling with, was Mr. T for the WrestleManias and stuff, and it was crazy. So yeah, my '80s childhood.
Mm,
Yeah, another
wow.
one bites the
Mm-mm.
Junkyard Dog. Yeah, look up Junkyard Dog. It's kind of a tragic story because he died a few years ago in a car accident. Yeah, it's
Mm.
sad. It was sad. And it's funny that we talking about people that just say, "Hey, I use crack," because that's what Junkyard Dog did. He
What?
was just like, "Yeah, you want some crack?"
What?
Like to the other wrestlers, he would be like, "Hey,
What?
you want some?" Yeah, yeah. Hey, that was a good match. You want some crack?
Uh-uh.
I like the way you picked up Hulk Hogan and body slammed him. You want some crack? Because
What?
you deserve crack. Yeah, yeah. He was a crackhead.
And he really was a crackhead.
He was a crackhead. Yes.
So he wasn't even just saying that for entertainment purposes.
No, he was wrestling for entertainment purposes. He was using crack for personal purposes. Yes, he was a
Wow.
crackhead.
Well, he was a
And crack in the '80s was different. Crack in the '80s was like, this is the new thing that everybody's doing. Nobody understood it the way we understand it now. So it was just like being in the back dressing rooms with the other wrestlers. He would just be like, "Hey, you want some crack? I got some crack."
I don't know about that because I'm gonna tell you when I first started hearing about crack, the thought was this is why I was so confused about that girl who was telling me she would do it on the weekends. I was like, on the weekends, like you
Mhm,
didn't need it every day because I was under the impression that because they were like, if you try crack one time, that's all you needed to be addicted to it. And I
mhm.
was like, oh shit, for real? And then it was like, oh, it's killing people. I was like, what? Well, hell, that's all you got to tell me. If you tell me that eating popcorn gonna kill me, I'm good. I don't need no more popcorn. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I was always afraid of it. So the fact that there was people now, this like 15 years later, 20 years later, damn near, when I'm hearing this lady say that she would do it on the weekends, I was like, what you mean you just do crack on the weekends? I thought if you do it, you do it. You was holding down a job. She was like, yeah, we work all week. And then on Thursday, Friday, we start, pooling our money together so we can get our, cocaine. But if we couldn't afford the cocaine, we gonna get a rock. I said, what? Child.
So you
Her
didn't know that
different
there
too. I'm
was.
telling you, that was the last time we really hung out. After, I mean, I ain't trying. I mean, I just was like, this is foreign to me. This is foreign
So
territory.
you mean to tell me you didn't know there was a crack reserves? You thought that there was just a regular Army and Navy.
Yes, I thought you had to be active enlisted duty crack using.
You didn't know they had a crack reserve team
No, I didn't
that
know.
only comes out on the weekend.
No, no, it was reserves. I thought she had to be enlisted. I thought she had to be, active duty crack using.
Yeah,
Nigga.
no, that shit is wild. That shit is wild. The '80s was wild. That was a wild time. That was a
Yep,
wild
Poetic
time.
Diva said, "One hit, you an addict," was what I learned. That's what I had heard. That was what the way 48 Hours was telling 2020. That's how they told it. It was like, "Oh, you try this shit and that's it for you. That's it." So when you heard people beat it, I was like, oh, they beat it after having used it for a while and they didn't die from it. So that was, but yeah, I guess Sam Jackson wasn't he? Didn't he used to do crack?
From what I understand, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Hmm.
why he knew how that went with Jungle Fever. In
Gator.
fact, Halle Berry said that he taught her a lot about how that goes down. I want to say she might now. I don't want to label her in this way or put this on her if this is not true because I love me some Halle anyway. But apparently, she's big on method acting. So there's a chance maybe she tried some.
I don't think Halle Berry tried crack. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, you may be right, but I personally don't think that
She
she.
didn't bathe for weeks. Now that was on purpose for the role. She did not bathe. She literally did whatever she was told and understood that crackheads do. So that's why I was like, did she get a hit? Maybe she didn't get a hit, but she definitely did not bathe, and that's something she'll tell you. And
Look,
Samuel Jackson will tell you.
oh, ew, ew.
No, it was for the job. And
I,
that ain't the first crackhead she played. She was a crackhead in Losing God Say It too.
yes, she was. Yes, she was. She sure was. Good Lord.
Hmm.
Mm, hurts my heart.
Yeah, but I mean, she's not a crackhead. I'm not trying to make her a crackhead. I'm just saying I don't know if she tried it because there are actors that have done that kind of shit just to get an understanding of what that's like.
You're right, and I'm trying to think of who said they did that. You are right.
I'm trying to
Somebody.
remember too. But I know that it has been done. You looking it up? I almost did the
I am.
same damn thing.
I am. I'm curious because I know Leonardo DiCaprio. Hold on.
Oh, for Wolf of Wall Street? No, I feel like he probably be doing stuff like that though.
Says he
That Wolf
lived.
of Wall Street was wild. But go ahead,
Yeah,
huh?
that's a wild ass movie. Yeah. Spent weeks living with drug addicts to fully immerse himself in the role of a
Who did
heroin
that?
addict. Leonardo,
Leonardo?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
For what? For that movie?
Requiem for a Dream. I have never seen that movie.
Hmm. That I
Hold on.
remember when it was out though. No, I didn't see it either. I feel like there's other folks though.
No. So, apparently, Marilyn Monroe did.
For what? She didn't play
Hold
no
on.
crackhead. I mean, not crackhead, but she didn't play. But no, I think she did drugs, but not for a movie.
The actor who played Rod on A Nightmare on Elm Street admitted to using drugs during the filming. Langenkamp later said on the scene, his eyes were cloudy and his gaze was unfocused. I thought, wow, he's playing the best game of his life. No, he was actually on drugs. Wow.
Yeah, no, that's different. Yeah, and look, there's some of y'all's favorite one in particular, cause see mine too. But they say he do the powder, and he's done powder in a couple movies. And it's like, yeah, yeah, they say he parties
Who?
like that.
Who?
I'll text you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Hold on.
Say Robert Downey Jr. was already one before he got in full swing.
Right.
Or say Robert Downey Jr. was on. Ooh. He was strung out.
I don't know why my text didn't go through. It's gonna look like it came from a different number. I don't,
Hold on.
or it looks like it came from my What is going on with this?
You know what? That's not very surprising.
No, I mean, it was for me. I didn't want to accept that, but then,
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
but I've
I
known this for a long time. But yeah,
yeah, nah, I I can understand. That when it's funny because when you think about some of the roles, you're like,
yeah. There's one in particular. Hold on, I'll send you that too. If you think about it, um,
Hold on, let me. Before I even get it. Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah.
That's,
So, but they
yep.
say, yeah, that's the thing.
That's what I was thinking. Because the first, what is it? The first 10 minutes of that movie.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Not surprising at all. Not surprising at all.
Hmm.
Oh
Hmm.
wow.
But yeah, I guess a lot of those folks be doing that. Like I've never been in a room. I've never seen it. The only time I've ever seen that before is if
Mhm,
like I used to do these seminars. This is something I used to do for about a year for
mhm,
United Way, and we would go to speak to the parents of middle school students, and was just talking to them about the effects of different rugs. And
mhm.
the cop used to come with a rug kit, so it had
Oh,
like every kind of rug
yeah,
variant, huh?
all of them was in there. Yeah,
Yeah, it'd be in the suitcase and it's open.
yeah.
It'd be old shit or whatever, but they still would hold on one second. They
Mhm.
still would oh shit. I don't know what my texting something's going on with my texting. Um but they still would keep it under lock cuz I guess somebody still might try to steal it, but yeah, they had, the heroin and all that shit was in there. I was like, "Oh my god, look at this." In fact, I think at that point I had never even seen weed. I mean, it's crazy as that may sound, but
Yeah.
I tell you, I
No.
wasn't around none of that shit.
Well, being around rappers in the '90s in New Orleans, Louisiana, let me just tell you something. You could walk into a studio. I remember this was like a long time ago, but y'all remember Soldier Slim? He did that song with Juvenile, that slow motion song. And before he was really known, he was only known in New Orleans. Like that boy, you could go in the studio and it'll be just coke, and I ain't talking about the kind you drink.
Yeah.
Like just all in the studio. Like they needed that high in order to be able to get in front of the microphone, and it would just be all over the place. And the engineers would hate it. Like, this ain't they studio. Like they don't own the studio. This is this engineer studio. And they come in and it's like all over the soundboards, it's all over, they just but that's what they needed in order to get through them sessions. And then thankfully, Slim kind of got off of it toward the end of his life. But yeah, that used to be the thing. That used to be the thing. And they used to have to get that bump before they could go in front of that microphone.
Hmm. Yeah, so they say.
So that's how I got exposed to it. I would be like, what? I could see you, right?
That's what I'm saying. Child, I dated gospel singers, child. I don't know nothing about no damn shit like that. Okay.
I could see you, right? I'm
Even,
looking at you.
even my comedian friends, never was
We used to have
my actor friends either. Ain't nobody telling me no shit like that or bringing me around no shit like that. Hmm.
we used to have to go find, like, we had an artist, and we used to have to go into the projects to find him before shows. Like we would have shows booked, and we would have
Mhm.
to ride through the projects, through the Abbeville projects, or through sometimes he'd be in the ninth ward, and well, we never knew where the hell this nigga was gonna be at. But eventually we figured out his pattern. He was either gonna be in the fourth ward, the seventh ward, or the ninth ward. So we would have to go literally look for this nigga, like, before a show,
Mm.
and had to go find him because he was somewhere getting high.
That's like what's his name?
Five Barbies. Eddie Kane. Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I didn't mean Five Heartbeats. I really meant Eddie Kendrick from
Oh yeah,
Temptations.
yeah. But you remember in the Five Heartbeats when
Oh
they couldn't
yeah,
find?
they had to go
Yeah,
look for him then
yeah,
too. Leon,
yeah.
Leon know how to play a damn cokehead. Little Richard, he played that one in there too. Didn't Little Richard do
Exactly. Exactly. That's the thing. So yeah, we used to just it got to the point where we was just like, and it's a shame how many like
Oh,
careers you
wait, I
got.
take that back. Leon didn't play Eddie King Jr. That's right.
No,
He
that
wasn't
was
in there. But okay, my bad. Go ahead. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
No, it was amazing to me how many careers were just derailed because of drugs.
Yeah,
Period. It's
yeah.
addiction. You know.
And some of them folks, you had to give them drugs just to make sure that look, Billie Holiday, if she didn't have her hair on, she wasn't going on. She couldn't even do her damn show.
Well, the DeBarge family, like the whole family,
Oh
all
my.
of them.
Well, we're not going to go to. That's just tragic. All in.
That's
But if you've been through what they've been through, you'd be on drugs too. Like I get it. Some of
hmm
these people, David Ruffin, yeah, and oh yeah, it was David Ruffin, not but did Eddie do it too?
Eddie was on drugs too. I think.
I thought they both were. Because then they start being real cool and doing shows by themselves, right?
I think so.
Yeah. But yeah, David Ruffin not showing up to shit, and Billie Holiday, she wasn't gonna be able to get nothing done. And some of them
Billie
folk,
Holiday. Did you see that movie? The Billie Holiday movie they did.
which one? Both of them. I've seen all of them. Yeah, the one with old girl who
The
the
last one that
recent
they
one
did.
about a few years ago. Is that what
Yeah.
you're mhm.
Yeah.
She's beautiful too. She's a great she did a great job.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But y'all ain't gonna tell me Diana Ross didn't play the hell out that role. She don't look nothing like Billy, but she played the hell out that fucking role.
Mm. She did.
I think she was up for an Oscar. I think she got nominated. Yeah, the way she was in that damn shit. She played the hell out that shit.
She did.
I don't know where she drew from all that. Oh, the government shut down. Well, I wonder for how long.
How's that not voting for the black lady working out for everybody? How we feeling about it now? Shit.
I don't understand.
How's the women are too emotional to run the government working out for everybody now? How's that working out? We good? We good? Or did we have we learned anything yet? Because God dog it.
I'm saying all this shit is crazy. All this shit is crazy. And look, and let me say this real quick, because I when this whole shit happened with Jimmy Kimmel, let me be
hmm
clear about something.
hmm
When Jimmy Kimmel first came on, I didn't know anything about him until he became the host of the Tonight Show. And when he or whatever, yeah, the Tonight Show. And when he became the host, I did not like him. He seemed like a jerk. He wasn't funny to me. I didn't understand. I was like, where he come from? But obviously, you don't get that job by happenstance, right? Didn't like him. As years went on, it took 20, but eventually I was like, okay, I can tolerate him, right? And then even, I want to say when Trump was in office the first time, he would rag on him or whatever, and that I found that to be funny. But when this happened and he lost his job, like I was tripping about Stephen Colbert losing his job, and I love Stephen Colbert. But when Jimmy lost his job, that shit is scared. That scared me because if you start to see when you're looking at these major corporations, I mean, there's nothing more powerful than the media, which is
Right.
why Trump tries to shut it down because he knows the impact of its influence, right?
Right.
So I feel as if like when that happened to me, I was like, y'all, look, this is scary now. This is scary. It's scary that he can't handle a joke. So he's shutting the motherfucker down. What is he going to do with the people who are out here? Like I'm be honest, I fear for DL Hughley sometimes. I really do because DL is saying a lot of shit on a daily basis with no fucking fear. And he comes out here and I'm like, I don't know. Wait. Black Benovia said Jimmy Fallon is the host. Okay, well, you know what I mean. Okay. At the end of the day, we're talking about the show at night. I'm just saying that the fact that he would be removed because of jokes, that's scary. That's scary for the rest of us. That's scary. And that he could get a major corporation, Disney, ABC, to have him fucking removed.
Hmm.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And the media, there's no real, I mean, that's so, it's so powerful. But then he had them scared to the extent that they stopped doing what they knew would, you know, is the right thing to do. You got to make that make sense. If they do that to him, they would do that to anyone. So that's when I was like, oh, we all got to do something now because this is scary. This is just the beginning.
Yeah.
And he's shutting down folks and talking about then he was putting his sights on Jimmy Fallon next and Seth
Hmm.
Meyers. Like,
Yeah.
you're worried about these fucking comedians and you're not worried about these dictators that are out here.
You're not worried about the cost of insulin. You're telling people that Tylenol causes autism in children. You're doing all these other random bullshit things.
And why is that? Why is
Instead,
he telling people this and trying to spread this about Tylenol? You know what I mean? Like, he's not just saying that. There's a reason why he's saying that.
absolutely.
He's still trying to control the narrative and control, he's trying to show people that he can change everything and he doesn't care. So I just think the shit is scary to me. I'm glad that people came together. I'm glad that Disney lost $3.8 billion in a few days or whatever. And that speaks, a lot. It speaks volumes. Um, but that's why we gotta, but I honestly, I mean, that speaks volumes as to how we, get these businesses to understand our power as people. But what I don't understand is how we get this man, how we get change at this point, because it still is hard for me to wrap my mind around the fact that this is a man who says he admires dictators. He wants people to fear him like the people of North Korea uh
Hmm.
fear Kim Jong Un or whatever his name is. So I mean, I feel like, all of that's crazy to me. Yeah, and that Epstein shit, they are not going to release the Epstein files. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You think while Trump is the president, they are not going to do it.
That's a
And
damn
and I
shame.
don't know why he said that he would do it. See, he didn't even have to say he would do it. But only to find out later that your name is all on it. Nigga, didn't you know your name was on it? You know what you was doing with Epstein? Now it's a hoax.
It's
Then
ridiculous.
show the shit. He's not gonna show the shit.
Mm-mm.
Did
Mm-mm.
you see what's Jigger talking to Cash Patel? Um 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 Crockett. She was going
Oh my God.
in.
Oh man, I love me some
For the
Jasmine.
least qualified. You out here trying to save your job and pander to your boss, and you keep saying, why won't you show the Epstein files now? Like she was going in.
Jasmine Crockett, if there's a politician that gives me hope, because most of these motherfuckers don't let me down. But if
Hmm.
there's anybody that gives me hope, it is Jasmine motherfucking Crockett. I love that lady. I mean, every time I can catch her like giving a speech or just talking to the camera on Instagram, I'm there. I'm listening. She
Hmm.
got all my attention because she don't just talk it in front of her constituents. She don't just talk it at the town halls. She gets in their face
Hmm.
and tells them to their face. This is what we call speaking truth to power. And she does that every single day. And I love her for it because that is what's giving me hope. Because these other mealy mouth, mush mouth motherfuckers that's just talking shit on commercials and
Hmm.
talking shit when they go to their town halls are getting on my last nerve right now. But Jasmine Crockett do it to their face. And I love her for it.
Hmm. I do
Love
too.
it.
I do too. I did too. How old is she?
I don't know. Let me find out.
I feel like she's not 40, is she?
Now I don't think she's that old. Let me see how old is Jasmine Crockett. How come how when you put in how old is like Taylor Swift automatically comes up?
Mm-mm.
I don't understand that. She is 44 years old. My goodness, I
Oh,
did
is she?
not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is she married?
Um.
She just
mm,
doesn't seem like I feel like this is her life. Like, so I don't
right.
see her, like with a husband and kids at home. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but
Let me see.
never
Married
associate.
her husband Marcus Crockett on
Okay.
the 31st of August, 2013.
Oh, okay, okay. They got kids. Black But
Um.
Bitter says she's single. Are they divorced?
I don't know. It says Jasmine Crockett married her husband Marcus Crockett Sr. on the 31st of August 2013. They recently celebrated their well, this says 10th year anniversary.
Maybe she
Uh,
got divorced.
maybe she did.
Does she have?
Uh,
Do they have kids? This is the junior her child or somebody else?
they are blessed with two children: a boy KJ and a daughter Brooklyn.
Okay.
KJ 6, Brooklyn turns 2. Um,
Justin's mom says she got a nice rock on her finger.
let me see. Is Jasmine Crockett still married? Let's take a look at that. Because Marcus was probably like, you a lot.
If she
Yeah.
talk like this, you know she how she be talking at the house to him, his ass.
Right, right.
Nigga. She probably say nigga. She probably do yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you know she did.
Hmm.
Um, apparently according to this, yes, Jasmine Crockett is married to Marcus Crockett Sr. They tied the knot August 31st, 2013. This doesn't say anything about her divorcing or anything. So
Hmm.
yeah. Way to go, Marcus. Way to go, Marcus. See, Marcus
Marcus
of
probably like shit. You don't know what I go through. You think Trump gets it bad? Shit. You be around here.
let me not wash the clothes and see what and tell me I'm looking in, nigga.
Right. Let me put my feet up on this coffee table and see what kind of hell I get.
Oh my goodness.
Child. Well, all right. Well, but anyway, I'm just concerned about it's scary what we looking at. So that's one of the things I think about all the time when I think about I feel like maybe that's part of the reason why I'm here now
Hmm.
with my son because I'm gonna tell you, he had just moved back to California in December of 2019, and then the pandemic hit, and I thought I was gonna lose it, and we couldn't travel, and we couldn't get to each other, and all that shit. It was just, and then black men was coming up, being found hung from
Yeah,
trees and shit in
yeah,
California. I was like, oh no.
yeah,
So that made me crazy. But with all this shit going on right now, we don't know what the future holds for this country. And, you know, I don't know. I'm scared. I'm gonna be honest. I just straight up and down am.
yeah.
There's a certain, and I'm not saying we should be walking around. I mean, I think there's some healthy fear. Okay. You know, and
Mhm.
people say, like, I ain't gonna live in fear. Well, I'm not saying that you should retreat due to fear all the time, but there's a thing such as healthy fear.
Right,
For instance, I'm not going to jump into a pond full of alligators. Like you need to be afraid of them.
right,
Okay? Because that healthy fear helps you to safeguard yourself. Maybe you won't jump into that fucking water. But you know what I'm saying? Or into that fucking swamp.
right.
But I'm just saying in the same way, I feel like right here. Mhm. Save baby measure said you're safer in a blue state v. Well, to some degree. Shit, he's still trying to come in here. He's still bringing ice up in here. Shit, I ain't trying to be funny, but I'm like, what if one of these motherfuckers snatch me up? thinking I'm fucking just because you know what I mean? People have walked up to me for many years speaking Spanish as if I'm supposed to know what the fuck they talking about. I barely speak English. Are you serious? So
Mm.
I'm just saying, they are sending away folks who are not, that man who he sent over to was it El Salvador that was a full blown American citizen, and did he ever get that man out?
I don't know. I don't know what happened with that, but the fact that you have the president of the United States who's looking at an altered video and condemning somebody to that they are a criminal because he don't understand tattoos, and the fact that the tattoos were like AI, and the president of the United States was fooled by AI is more asinine than we really understand. Like, is it is this is the dumbest shit ever. This dude is so fucking stupid, and I hate the fact that intellectualism is just a thing of the past. Like, it's like we want somebody that's as stupid as us in the White House, is what people have said over a few elections. It wasn't just Trump. I want a president I can sit down and have a beer with, like George W. Bush. I don't want to drink beer with a president. I want him to lead I need the president to be smarter than me. I need
Hello,
that. I
hello.
need him to be able to make more informed decisions than what I would make. Okay. That's the qualification. And that is what Barack Obama brought to the table. Now, did Barack Obama do everything I like? No. Did Barack Obama piss me off sometimes? Yes. Does he still piss me off sometimes? Yes. But is Barack Obama more intelligent than Trump?
He's more
Absolutely.
intelligent than most presidents have ever
And,
been.
and
Let's
that
not
is
get
what
this
we
fucked
and
up.
and whether his decisions I agree with or not, at least if he did something I didn't agree with, he could tell me why he did it. He could give me an explanation as to why he did it. And I could still not agree with that, right? That's what politics is. Politics is not getting behind a person and agreeing with every single thing that they do. That's where we get it fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't like Kamala because she was a prosecutor. Oh, so you'd rather have this
That's
shit
so
that we got
stupid.
going on?
That is the dumbest explanation ever. She put a lot of black people in prison. She was a prosecutor. Her job was to prosecute and get as many convictions as possible. She would pick and choose, what she was, going to, or she could not pick and choose what she wanted to do. She was brought cases, crimes, and her job was to get these folks convicted. Like
Right.
I don't understand what you wanted her to do as a prosecutor. I want to know how many. First of all, most politicians are lawyers. Period.
Mhm.
Every president that I believe had been an attorney, with the exception of Trump. And if there are others, no more than five. It can't be a handful that weren't.
Right.
Typically, you're an attorney. And if you're an attorney, you start off doing a lot of things, and most of them have been prosecutors at some point. That's just the way it goes. So I don't understand this. Black people, they hear something from, and a lot of times, and we're guilty of this because a lot of us don't like to read. We don't like to fucking read. So you take what you have heard somebody else say and then you repeat it. And you don't know where it came from. You don't know what that's based in. And you
Nope.
can't argue the point. You just heard someone else say it. Now you running with it. And
Yep.
that's a problem.
That is definitely a problem. That is definitely a problem. And believe it or not, when I listen to Sonya, I'm like,
Yes.
that ain't too far off from the shit I hear other people saying, and about different topics, you
Yeah.
know, where it's like, yeah, so where did you get that shit from? Like, are you sure that's not satire? Are you sure that's not fucking satire? Because that shit don't even make sense.
Child. It doesn't make sense, but see, she can't argue none of it because she does not fucking read.
Right.
Ugh.
And it's crazy. So if I come to you and I say, "Hey, Lenore, I just heard that Barack Obama said that that he's not from America. He's actually from Kenya, and he said it out loud in public. You
Yes.
know.
Oh my God, she sound like a fool.
Now here, if I came to you and said
He
that,
told on himself. He just told on himself.
here's if I said that to you, here's what I would expect you to do. I would expect you to say, "Oh, really, Native? Let me look that up and see." That don't sound right, but let me just look. I know you're not going to just straight up call me a liar, like you lying. That ain't happen. I know that's not what you're going to do. What you're going to do is you're going to say, "Hold on, Native. Let me check that. Oh, where did you see that at?" You're going to be a little inquisitive. The problem is that when people say stuff, they're not inquisitive about what they just heard. They're so everybody wants to be the first one to present something on their social media. So the first thing that people are going to do is they're going to repost what you sent them or repost what you just said instead of taking just 2 seconds
Mm-hmm.
to verify if what you said was actually real. Because if Sonya would have did that, she would have found out that that was some bullshit that has been debunked for years.
Mm-hmm.
For years
For
now, they have
years.
that shit did not happen.
No, but she's saying because she heard he said something recently. She's just stupid. And even if he did say, I don't need to look that shit up. If he did say some shit like that, he was being sarcastic. Like I don't even know what we're doing here. Do
He didn't
you
even.
think that that man would have been able to be president not once but twice if they could? Do you think he could hide some shit like that?
And that's the
That's
other
why I
thing.
tell people, and okay, I know this is different. Y'all gonna say now me, this ain't got nothing to do with. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Okay, y'all can't make me think Michael Jackson did anything to no kids because if they could have proved it, they would have. If they could have put that man, they tried not once but twice to get that man put in prison, and they could not do it because they had no proof of it. I ain't going for it. So I'm just saying that's how white people work. They know how to bring they will they know how to make you and they will show you when they ready they will fucking break you.
Mm-hmm.
And they have done that with every single one of these niggas who have achieved something great. And then and some of them they tried to bring down a few pegs, and others they did bring down several pegs. And even with Michael Jackson, that still damaged his reputation. Whether because there are always going to be people that say, "Well, he did it. I know he did it. You know he did." But and that's what they hope for too. At the end of the day, somebody's going to come out here and believe it. Everybody's not going to believe that they didn't, whatever. At the end of the day, if they could have proved it, they would have. They would have. And when he started talking too much shit about Tommy Mottola and the system and all of that, that is when they said, "Oh yeah, yeah, we done with you, nigga." Okay. They took him out. I think they took him out. I think they took Prince out. That's for sure. I think that about both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think they did the same shit to Diddy. Now Diddy dirty as fuck,
As fuck.
but they still see here's the other thing that happens. It's always a rude awakening for these niggas too. It's always a rude awakening for them because they never expected that these good white folks who helped them to achieve all the greatness they did, who praised them, who wanted to be in their company, who exposed them to heights that they never even imagined. And they're always caught by surprise when these same good white folks cut them down because they want to show you, nigga, you are still a nigga and you don't run shit. We can make you, we can break you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that. Just like
Wow.
they did OJ. But anyway, okay, so
You want to talk about OJ?
I'm just saying they did do it to OJ too though. Let's okay the fuck up.
Nigga killed them people.
Ay ay ay. But anyway, no, they did that shit for sure to Diddy just now. They did it to him. He
Yeah.
can't believe it. Huh?
Yeah.
He can't
Yeah.
believe. Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. I can.
You gonna
Yeah.
step in line. I don't give a fuck how big you think you are, how much money you think you got. You gonna walk this line. And the moment you think you done got a bigger than your fucking britches, we gonna bring you down the peg. So do I think that it has something to do with him trying to sue that liquor company? I do. I do. Tell me he ain't dirty as fuck.
That's fucked.
He's dirty. Speaking of which, what you think gonna happen Friday?
With what?
So the judge is going to rule Friday um, on his sentencing. So all these folks, the Diddy's attorneys are trying to get the least amount, if nothing. They want the least amount of prison time or no prison time. That's really what they're trying to do. Whereas, the prosecution says we want 11 years, right? And so they've had, all these different these impact statements, from people, the victims and some of the witnesses, and then of course Diddy's family and all of them. So I'm just saying, Friday is when we find out what the judge is going to rule on.
So so remember that comment we had a few hours ago that said that the justice system was unreliable?
Mhm. Mhm.
This is where it applies. This is where it applies. Okay. This is why I can't tell you what the hell is going to happen, because this is where it becomes unreliable when it comes to people
I'm
that
not
are
hopeful. Yeah. Mhm.
money, celebrities. See, that's the difference. You know what I mean? Like we said before, the comment had validity. It just didn't apply to Nesto. The comment will apply to this situation, because when it comes to these celebrities and these superstars and these people that have lots and lots of money,
Mhm.
that's where I lose faith in the justice system, and that's when I lose hope. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think here's the thing, that this is where I agree with you. I agree with you. So Judge Submaranian, let's be clear, he was not the first judge that was assigned to this case.
Mhm.
He got assigned, the other judge, I forgot what that situation was, but they moved him off the case and put this judge in. Immediately I became fearful. Like I was like, "Oh, here we go. Here comes the bullshit. They done
Mhm.
changed judges." But then throughout the whole trial, this judge seemed to be very, very fair. But that could be false fucking hope,
Mhm.
because at the end of the day, come Friday, it would not surprise me. I'm be honest, just because the way shit happens around here, it
Mhm.
would not surprise me if this man did not give him some lenient, you know, sentence, like super lenient. It would not surprise me. And that's unfortunate, because the man seems to be running um a fair trial, to be quite honest, to the extent that even Diddy said it, at the end, when he spoke to the judge at the end or whatever, right before the verdict came out or whatever. But now they were trying to get an appeal, and they were saying it wasn't fair, and now they're saying all kinds of other shit that's contradicting what Diddy said at the end of the damn trial, his damn self. And anyway, I just, with all that said, I still would not be surprised if some weird shit happened Friday. I hope it doesn't happen like that, but it wouldn't surprise me if it did.
I wouldn't be surprised either, because again, it's just something about, I don't know. And I wrote about this before. I always thought about America views celebrity as a race. So you got white people, black people, and celebrities. And I feel like sometimes when we talk about how the justice system is unfair to minorities, well, I feel like it's super fair to this minority. It's super unbalanced when it comes to this minority, and it is the minority of uber rich people. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, like what, 2% of the country has 1% of the country owns like what, 99% of the wealth. You know what I mean? Like when you
Mhm.
get into that upper echelon of people, it's like the justice system does some weird, crazy shit all of a sudden, and becomes something that we've never seen before. So I don't know what's going to happen. This is where, like I said before, it becomes unreliable. Is in these instances.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, I haven't eaten today, so I think I should eat something.
What in the entire? Yes, you should eat.
Yeah.
Y'all, I didn't know that she hadn't eaten. Otherwise, we would not be out here this long. Lenore, go eat some food. Damn it.
Yeah, I need to eat something. My stomach, my back, everything has been bothering me since yesterday. And so that's why. Yeah.
Please get something to eat. Please take care of yourself. We have been out here for wow, I'm going on 4.5 hours, Lenore,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and we
Yeah.
ain't did we did one text. We didn't talk about we didn't talked about Trump. We didn't talked about Jimmy Kimmel, Nestor, Tanya. We didn't talk. We didn't
Mr.
talk.
T,
Yeah.
fuck, junkyard dog, all these people.
We just talked about all this stuff, and we read one text.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna change the thumbnail. Look, look, y'all. As always, when it's Tribe Tuesday and Lenore come by, we don't never know what we're gonna do. We start down one path and then we go down another. Y'all know how it is, and I appreciate y'all hanging with us, okay, and putting up with our foolishness. Thank you, thank you. You all are the real MVP. Okay. Lenore, tomorrow is Wednesday, and I know that you got some some stuff that you're dealing with. But are you planning on doing anything out here on these YouTube streets?
Absolutely. I had intended to go live earlier today.
Okay.
Um, but that, I just couldn't. I'm gonna do something, don't know when. Got a plumber coming tomorrow, so I don't really I don't know when this is gonna happen, but I'll be out here at some point tomorrow. I want to get back into doing I'm going back to the in-person visits when Sonya used to come in all of her fashions.
Those
And
are
I want to see her whole face when she's out here acting weird instead of just looking at her through an oval, you know. So I'm getting into those. So I'll probably be doing that tomorrow unless there's another call that comes out. And yeah, that's all with that. I know that at some point soon I'm going to get into the domestic violence situation with Christian Gold.
mm,
I'm going to unpack the transcripts from that. And yeah, so I'm sure there'll be something else to report on as well.
I love it. I love it. I love the Christian Gold coverage because arrogant sons of bitches like him need to be brought down a peg or two, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, I just feel like when you can just sit up and lie in people's face and then pretend like you didn't lie in their face and then sit up and call them liars even though you lied in their face, I bring that arrogant son of a bitch down just a peg. Him and his wife and his husband,
Mm-hmm. I
all
think
of
also I'm going to be, you said his wife and his husband.
them.
I also need to get back into the Braxton stuff because apparently that situation. So the clip I saw initially about Tony and Tamar, it was brief, and so it does appear that it was not Carrie Lewis that did whatever to that girl. It really was Trina's husband, the one that's deceased, Gabe. So I want to come back and clear that up as well as go and maybe do a reaction to the video where the niece came out and talked about what she experienced um, in that situation and how the aunt and she felt that she was treated um, after that situation. So
y'all y'all know I don't follow any of this stuff, but Villanor be sending me stuff, and then I be reading it, and then like she sent me like, watch this, look at this native, look at this, and I'd be like, okay, so now I'm invested. Okay. Now I'm invested. Okay. So thank you, Lenore. Now I got to pay attention to all this shit.
Yes, yes. Plus, that's Birdman's wife. So you need to, check your
Yo,
people out. This your people's.
Birdman owes me money, so fuck him.
He owe everybody money.
Sure, that
They
nigga owe me
say.
money. So I don't give a fuck. Well, I don't give a fuck what that nigga doing. So, um, but
Let me
yes,
ask
y'all
you
check.
this though, real
Uh-huh.
quick, since we're on this subject.
Yes.
Somebody said, who was it? I can't remember who it was in the chat that said that was the best, that that Marion Birdman may have been Tony's best financial decision ever. And my thought was, is it because Birdman allegedly owes everybody money, right? And they say that, many have said that because Tony has had money problems, that Birdman has probably helped her financially. Do you think he struggles with money, or that he has money because he doesn't pay other people their money? Do you think?
The problem is that Birdman appears to have money. Birdman don't have as much money as you think he do. I learned that up like firsthand. Okay, I learned that myself by just meeting this dude. Like, what before I met him, it was Cash Money this and We Millionaires, blah blah blah. And then when I actually like got around him and realized, number one, he's one of the cheapest individuals that you'll ever meet. Like
Mhm.
that nigga is cheap as fuck. Oh my god. And so he's cheap. He doesn't pay people. And the only way a lot of these artists got their money was to take him to court. A lot of the stuff that, and this works like this in a lot of these rap situations where Universal fronted them a lot of money. Birdman owed Universal a lot of money when it came back to the Tyga and the Young Money stuff. He didn't recoup. They just did not recoup all the money that Universal was putting in. So he has to pay Universal back. Otherwise, Universal is going to take him to court. He lost houses in Miami. Like he. When's the last time y'all heard a Cash Money record? Okay, think about it. This is what this man does for a living, but yet he doesn't have any artists. He's not putting any music out, and those back that ass up checks is they getting kind of scarce. So no, I would say I disagree with that just because of the way I know how he is with money. I know how he is with women, and I know how he is. Period. And I wouldn't recommend anybody, especially for financial reasons. Absolutely not. No. Mm-mm.
Mhm.
Nope.
Yeah. And that's my thought. I was like, I don't know that he has money like that.
No.
But I mean, he did buy her. I mean, again, it could be leased, who knows? But
Mhm.
didn't he buy her like a Rolls or something? He bought her a Bentley
Mhm.
a few years ago or something. She has a huge rock on her hand.
Mhm.
I don't know what any of that really means.
I mean, I can tell you personally, like I can't speak for no other rappers. I can tell you about Birdman. I know how this man rolls. I know the way that he gets shit. I know the way that like image is everything to him, right? I
Mhm.
remember he told me one time, he said I had told him something like it was something. No, he was supposed to come to Florida for a show that I had booked. I had booked the show, and then he went to Thibodaux, Louisiana. He was a completely 3 states away, and so by the time I got in touch with him, I said, "What were you doing in Thibodaux? I had you booked over here." He was like, "Well, they paying me more money over here." I said, "Yeah, but you promised these people over here."
Oh my God.
And he said to me, and I'll never forget this. He said, "Money moves me."
Mm,
And it was then when I knew I can't trust this nigga.
right.
Anybody that tells me that they would break their word because somebody was giving them more money, I can't
Right.
trust you. Mm-mm,
Right.
mm-mm. Yep. And I never forget he said that to me. And so knowing him, image is everything with this dude. So
So
if she got a rock, that means that he probably either like he probably got a jeweler somewhere that he slipped some money to under the table, is either stolen. Like I don't put nothing past him because image means everything to that dude.
So with
And
that said, do you think that, okay, so what do you think their connection is? Some have said, and I've even said it too, is she a beard for him? Like what do you think the attraction is in their relationship? And allegedly they've been friends for many years. I never would have thought they'd be friends, let alone lovers, let alone now married. So what is that about? Like, what do you think that is? I'm not. I mean, I just don't see her being able to have a conversation with this dude. I
I
don't
think
see how she can look at this dude. I don't.
I
I
think
mean, what?
I think she's a beard, and I'm gonna tell you why. Birdman has always loved R&B music. If you go back and look at the old Cash Money catalog, he always keeps somebody on the on the label that can sing. He had an artist named Miss T, and Miss T was his artist for years, and she was the singer of Cash Money. After Miss T left, then he replaced her with somebody else. He was trying to sign Tina Marie for years. He wanted Tina Marie on Cash Money. I think she actually signed a deal with them toward the end of her life. The record didn't do anything, but he has always loved women that can sing and R&B women. That has always been like I remember when I was there, he was trying to get Tina Marie. He was just Tina Marie obsessed. So I say all that to say that I think that for him, Tony Braxton is like the perfect beard for him because he loves R&B women, he loves women that can sing, and he got for his era. Think about how old he is, right? Tony
Mhm.
Braxton was the shit, for that Birdman era, for that our era, So for him, that's like the crown jewel. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I have seen this man in public. I've seen this man behind closed doors, and I'm gonna tell you right now, something in the milk ain't clean. And when I say that, that whole kissing,
Mhm.
Lil Wayne and all this stuff, yeah, man, that dude is. I'm not, and I'm not gonna say he gay. I'm not gonna say that because I can't confirm that, but I
You
can
think
say
he bi?
that being around him, I did not get a heterosexual vibe, not once. I will say that.
So you think so? And this is the thing about these beard situations. It's like, okay, so how has this conversation happened? Like, hey, I really like dick, but I was wondering, would you pretend to be my woman and I'll pay you to do that? Like, is that how the conversation goes? Or are we already friends and I know that you're gay or something? And like, I just wonder how this pans out. And then if that's the case, now that means if I agree to this, I'm now deciding that I can't have a real relationship my damn self because I got to
Cor-
pretend like I'm this gay nigga's woman.
Correct. Correct. And that's hard. And see, so the reason why that's hard for me to answer is because there wasn't a beard when I was there. It was just him and these little kids. You know what I'm saying? Like him and Lil Wayne, and BG was like only a couple years older than Lil Wayne, and Juvie was just turning 20 or 21 or whatever. Like all these little kids was around, and so like there was no beard. It was just baby and a bunch of babies, and so
Mm,
so I didn't really know. I don't know how he would have approached it. I know the way he approaches people, period, though. And I
mm,
do know that when it comes down to stuff that he's trying to get out, he can be very awkward. What you saw on the Breakfast Club is the way that he can be when it comes to people.
mhm.
When you saw him, and if you look at that whole thing with him and Charlemagne, I was looking at it and I was like, yeah, he's feeling kind of awkward because, like I told y'all, baby is the youngest of 27 children. He's
Jesus.
he has always had somebody older than him that had his back. He's always had somebody looking up to him that was like, I'll take care of it for you. So to see him actually confront Charlemagne by himself,
Well, he wasn't by himself. Like, let's be clear.
he wasn't by himself, but he was the one that was doing the talking, which is why the talking sounded the way it sounded. I'm all three of
And
y'all.
is
I'm
we
all,
finished or is we done?
exactly. I'm talking all three of y'all.
Uh-huh.
He's not good at. He's really awkward. So I don't know how the conversation would have went with Tony. To be completely honest with you, he's a very awkward little dude. He got some Napoleon complexes, if you ask me. But
And then I remember the first time he came on the Braxtons. This was, probably shit at this point, damn near 10 years ago, at least
Mhm.
7, 8 years ago. And he came on there and, he came on there as Tony's boyfriend. But when he came on there, they claimed they had been friends 10 plus years prior to them starting to date, if you will. And the whole family, they seem to know him, somewhat. And I remember Tracy was kind of getting funky with him. Tracy's the one who's deceased now. But
Right.
she was kind of getting with him like, that's my sister. She was like, I want to understand what you, I forgot, she was kind of like doing that whole what's your intentions with my sister kind of thing. And he was kind of, they were getting snappy with each other a little bit. So I was like, I don't know if this is supposed to be for show or what, but Tony, make this make sense to me. You're in love with this man right here, this one we looking at, this
I,
this ugly motherfucker. This is
when
what you we can't even
I,
understand.
when I first heard it, I was like, I know this can't be right. This can't. And you know what? And I ain't gonna lie. When I first heard it, I was like, this is some kind of weird situation, business relationship type shit. There's no way Tony Braxton is in love with that nigga. Like
Right.
that nigga. Like that nigga. You got to keep in mind, this is the same dude. And I saw somebody put in the comments about Wendy Day. They couldn't get a deal without Wendy Day. Wendy Day is the one that got them to deal with Universal. They went out to California with white T-shirts hanging down to their knees and headbands and shit. And and look, and the people at Priority Records was like, "Get the fuck out, please!" Like, what the fuck? No business acumen, none of that. And Wendy Day stepped in, and that is correct. I forgot who said that about Wendy Day, but they owed her money. Her fee for getting them to deal with Universal. She has a
Oh.
fee. That's what she does. This is her living, and they didn't pay her. So,
No, I'm surprised she didn't. I mean, I'm surprised there isn't some sort of plans like, look, the check, I get you cut my check, but as a part of before you get your money, my money's coming out of it, and then you get yours, that kind of thing. I would think that there would be some kind of provision in place for those
yeah,
types of situations.
I ain't gonna lie. Most of the time, people just pay her. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she does such a phenomenal job because she is literally the mouthpiece.
Mhm,
She is taking your stuff to the record label. She has connections with everybody in the industry. And
mhm.
so when she gets a hold of your stuff and takes it there, you are practically guaranteed a deal. And so when she got involved with them, I was like, okay, yeah, that's a done deal. And sure enough, it got them that $50 million deal with Universal and the Hot Boys and Juvie and all that stuff like that. I didn't believe that Baby hadn't paid her, right? Did not believe that at all. But
Mm.
no, she had to take him to court. Everybody has to take this dude to court.
Yeah, that whole situation with Lil Wayne and all that. Now, what's Majigger signed to him too, right? Drake, was he initially signed to him?
So Cash Money has had a subdivision which was Young Money, and Lil Wayne was supposed to be the one that was over Young Money. But Lil Wayne, like most artists, don't know how to read. I'm not gonna say didn't read, but I'm gonna say don't know how to read contracts.
Hmm. Okay.
Baby owned 51% of Young Money. See, Lil Wayne thought that was his company. He was like, my daddy, I think he even said it in the song, like my daddy gave me a record label, whatever. That's not your record label. That's Baby record label because he owns 51% of it. And he didn't know that until he signed Drake and he signed Nicki Minaj and all these people was on Young Money. And then, come to find out, you don't know that ain't your that nope. Them ain't your artists, them Baby artists.
Mm,
So what happened was Lil J out in Houston,
mm-hmm,
Rap-A-Lot Records, Lil J,
mm-hmm.
ended up having to come to the rescue for Drake and ended up having now Baby got some pull, but he ain't got no pull like Lil J out in Houston.
Okay,
That
with Lil J being Jay Prince. That's who you talking about, Lil J?
J Prince, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, Jay Prince's son, Jay Prince Jr. Okay.
Right. Right. Right.
Okay. And I
Uh,
I had heard Jay Prince talk about Drake and helping Drake get what he needed or something. I forgot about that. I didn't
mhm.
know who that nigga was. If it weren't for the Breakfast Club, I wouldn't know who a lot of these motherfuckers were. I'm be honest. Most of them I wouldn't know.
These are people that are just like legends and as far as like the 90s, you know what I'm saying? Like that whole 90s era rap when I was in it. That,
Mhm.
these are all the names, you know what I'm saying? So you had like he was Lil J back then, but Jay Prince, but Jay Prince runs Houston. And so,
Yeah.
when it came to Drake, and that Lil Wayne and Birdman situation. Birdman got, don't get me wrong, he connected. He is connected, but not like Jay Prince. Like Jay Prince can touch you. Jay Prince has touched a lot of people. Jay Prince has touched a lot of people. So that's how the whole thing got resolved, where Drake ended up getting off of Young Money Records and became Drake. But what was funny was that when Drake and Kendrick was going at it, Lil J stayed out of that. He stayed completely out of that.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, all right, y'all. I'm about to go get something to eat here. Go heat up my chili I made yesterday. I'm not gonna be choking on it like how Sylvia was. Oh, you. Oh, that's right. You couldn't pull up her hair, but that little weird ass.
Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can now. Yep. Hold on. Oh, I think I got her. I think
Oh,
I got her. Hold on. Let me just make sure real quick. I don't know why this took forever to get over here. Why this took forever for me to get the damn email, but it did. Okay, now let me see. Show y'all what she's so proud of. Let's go here. And then
oh, actually, you know what? Pull up that video real quick and watch her choking and shit.
hold on.
Like
This is
she was just so giddy that that man had said something nice to her and had her on his live with him. She's
oh wait. Okay,
so
Ed. Okay, yeah. Here she go, y'all. This
yeah,
her.
right there.
Mm-hmm.
She's so proud because see her camera's to the side. Y'all see them curls? Now that when he
Now
said what?
he looking at her like out here looking like a monkey. Look.
No, I think he thinks she looks beautiful because he saw her looking like a monkey when she was out there the first time. He said he, because he's like, I know, ain't her hair pretty or whatever. I said, no, he didn't mention this lady's hair being pretty. Ain't nothing. Child. He know he just saw her 2 months ago and her hair wasn't looking like that.
She's so happy.
She is. She proud. And he said, come on, Sylvia, come on over here. Because she was off camera.
She's so happy. Justin's mom said pretty ugly.
Look. Attitude and no said, I know a Timu half wig when I see one. Those curls are attached to a comb. Exactly.
I can't with y'all, man. I can't with y'all. That's her, y'all. That's her.
That's her.
Mhm. That's her. Get this bullshit off my computer before my internet bill go up. Hold on.
Look
Let me
how he
finish.
looking at her. With his hand around her neck. She's so happy she don't know what to do.
I feel so beautiful. I
Yeah.
feel so beautiful.
She had nothing to offer. He told her to come over there to say something. She still didn't say shit. This lady, she and Sonya make great friends.
Mm-hmm.
Because neither one of them got none, and neither one of them knows how to talk or act around people, and it don't take much to flatter them.
Mm-mm.
Simple bitches like compliments, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, and they also don't mind being sung, Mama,
Mhm.
Mama, you know. Like that nigga was singing the shit out of that song too.
Yeah, he was.
Mm-hmm.
He was to a woman who's supposed to be somebody's woman. This wasn't Nestor's mama that he was asked to say this to. This was, oh Lord, just
Oh,
ridiculous.
God. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh,
Hmm.
that's so beautiful. Yeah, yeah. Mama. Vila, no, go get something to eat. I'm about to go to bed.
Okay. See y'all later.
Lenore, everybody. Lenore is leaving the building. Okay.
Thank y'all. Bye.
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 Y'all, we have been out here 4 hours, 45 minutes, 15 minutes for 5 hours. I want to thank everybody that hung with me. Okay. Shout out to you, all right, for hanging out here with the Native Tribe, Urban Media. Look, let me tell y'all something. When V. Lenore is in the house, we'll never know when we're going to end. We'll never know what we're going to talk about. We try to stay on track. So next week, we're going to try this whole reading the text thing again, okay? We're going to try it again. But in the meantime, listen, I have, hold on. I feel bad because I feel like I got a super chat that I didn't get to. Let me see. Hold on. That dude 06, thank you for the super chat, says, a former roommate worked at Neverland, saw MJ once. Another coworker lied, says he saw MJ with kids, etc. Dude, same as my coworker. Ish didn't happen. Yeah, I don't. Look, after Wade Wilson or whatever his name was, Wade, whatever that dude named, the dancer dude came out. Yeah, I ain't believe none of that. I didn't. But thank you for the super chat, that dude 06, if you are still here. Listen, y'all, I'm going to be in and out tomorrow, so I can't guarantee that I am going to be jumping online, but we will see what happens, okay? But again, thank y'all for coming out. I appreciate everybody. If you gave a super chat, if you gave if you gifted some memberships, if you gave a super sticker, I appreciate you so much for supporting the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to the Notorious Native Tribe Urban Media Mod Squad. Thank you, ladies, for everything that you do behind the scenes. And I'm out, all right? But before I go, I don't know who needs to hear this, but you are enough. You are beautiful, you are loved, and you are blessed. And there isn't anything that anybody can do about that. Not even you. All right. I'll catch you all out here in these YouTube streets. Have a great, great Wednesday. I'm out.